You make me wanna throw my paper out the window.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Dutch court is examining allegations against a 74-year-old national accused of sexually abusing children during his time working and living in Kenya. Prosecutors told a court in Den Bosch on August 24th that some of the alleged offenses took place at orphanages where the suspect worked, with one girl allegedly abused over several years. The investigation also covers claims that he produced child sexual abuse material, with some of the alleged offenses dating back to 2011. The government has warned of an intensified crackdown on illegal activities in the liquefied petroleum gas sector. Energy and Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi says the measures are aimed at protecting consumers and improving safety. Wandayi says the government will not bow to political pressure or allow cartels to profit from illegal LPG trade.
I wish to further assure the public that the government will not succumb to pressure from politicians and cartels hell-bent to benefit from LPG illicit trade. We shall not succumb to any form of pressure from these unscrupulous business persons, from these illegal traders, even if they choose to work in cahoot with Mr. Gachagua. In fact, we shall be relentless in pursuing you in the interest of public safety. So anybody out there engaging in illegal LPG trade, illegal refilling of LPG cylinders, the hour of reckoning is coming.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi says the Equalization Fund should target specific marginalized areas rather than cover entire counties to ensure greater impact. Speaking in Parliament, Mbadi said the fund's regulations may need to be reviewed and proposed a team to assess how its reach and impact can be improved.
On the Constitution defining marginalized areas, it depends on your interpretation of the Constitution. But Speaker, allow me again to say something about this topic. Sometimes the law is not as clear as lawyers would say. As a matter of fact, if you want to know what was originally intended, you may need a conversation by people who are participating in the crafting and drafting these laws. And I know for a fact that Equalization Fund was not meant for the whole country. And it was not meant for pockets of marginalization in various counties. It was not.
More than 150 people have been killed in Nepal after massive flash floods and mudslides, with hundreds of tourists still missing. Nepal's tourist board says the missing include more than 100 Indians, 54 Americans, 34 Australians and 33 Britons, as well as more than 100 Nepalese. The affected area is popular with pilgrims and trekkers. In neighboring Tibet, Chinese state media reports that 3 people have died and 265 are missing. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Indeed, this is Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 5 minutes for 6 o'clock. How are you doing? It's a great Monday. It's a great Thursday morning. Well, I mean, Shafika Monday, but it's a great Thursday morning. Today I'm flying solo because my co-host, one Mr. CT Muga, is currently away on assignment. But don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow. Ni venye tu leo imebidi ameenda kushughulikia mambo mawili matatu ambayo ni ya kina tena sana. Lakini msibweke sana because it's going to be a very good ride nonetheless. Regardless, we have a great array of guests coming through. I shall be giving you that particular list in a couple of minutes. In case you haven't seen it, by the way, you can follow us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. That is where you'll get to see who's coming and the kind of topics we're going to be tackling today. So I'm going to be relying on you to be my co-pilots. What do I mean? I mean that if you have anything you'd like to ask the guests, you can actually do that via social media spaces. Again, on X, we are at Radio Gen KE, on Twitter as well. And we are also on WhatsApp, so you can make sure to send those particular comments there or those particular questions that you may be having there. All right. So today, as we get down to business, let me see what the United Nations is saying about today. What is germane to them today? You remember I told you that today the United Nations had designated it. Yeah. So according to their particular website, but anyway, I'll find it nonetheless. You can find us. You can also let us know, by the way, your thoughts as far as our programming is concerned. And I shall be letting you know what is making headlines across radiogeneration.co.ke. So that means if you want to find out what is making headlines across the globe and also in the papers, we shall definitely be checking that out. I know a couple of guys who are already tuned in. Kuna jamaa anaitangwa MC Tonje. Huyo ndio anakuanga numero uno. Regardless of where or what time of the month it is. Thank you so much, Mr. Ndwati, as well. Anakuanga pale. Today is World Lake Day. What does World Lake Day mean? What is so significant about this particular day? Like I told you, the United Nations usually have a day for everything, like literally everything. So they say that the lakes, just like blood, they are the lifeline of our planet. So that's the theme for this particular year. Lakes, the lifeblood of our planet. Lakes are one of the most vital natural resources on our planet. They serve a crucial source of fresh water, supporting drinking water supplies, agriculture, and industry. Lakes also play a key role in maintaining biodiversity, offering a habitat for countless species of fish, plants, and wildlife. Beyond the ecological significance, lakes contribute to climate regulation by keeping the planet cool, absorbing the flood water, and storing carbon. Additionally, they provide recreational and economic opportunities, attracting tourism, fishing, and other activities that support local communities. Yeah, a couple of lakes we have in this country, by the way. Let me see. We have Lake Turkana. We also have Lake Victoria. But which other lakes do you guys know? We have Lake Bogoria, the one that boils. Lake Bogoria is the one that boils, right? Then we also have Lake Baringo. Yeah, hiyo ni one of the most obvious ones. In case hauko unaishikanisha, hiyo inakuanga one of the most common ones. But we also have Lake. Do we have Lake Nakuru? Yes, we do have Lake Nakuru. If I'm not wrong. We also have there's one lake. Hizo masehemu za coast na huko. Unless nianza kutengeneza lake yangu. But yes, so a couple of lakes within this particular country and of course in the region, Great Lakes region as they like to call it. So there you have it. Lakes are quite important. Today, 27th of August, 2026, World Lake Day, celebrated world over for that particular reason. So why don't you take note of that and see how you can, even in your daily lives, in your daily businesses, how we can actually contribute towards saving the environment through these very many initiatives that we have in the country. So yeah, there you have it. That is what is germane about this particular day. Now, getting on to the website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Let's see what is making headlines. The first story will take us to matters to do with NCIC. NCIC tells churches to switch off mics for politicians spreading hate. Now, this one is going to be a difficult one for sure. I do not see a single church switching off a microphone for a mheshimiwa. Why? Because number one, Unajua ni ngumu sana kwa unajua, it's easier said than done in my opinion, and I could be wrong on this, of course. In my opinion, it's easier said than done. You just don't decide to switch off a microphone for someone that perhaps even comes to your church, someone who has been contributing to that particular church, perhaps even making significant contributions as far as, I don't know, maendeleo ya kanisa is concerned, development ya kanisa is concerned. So you tell that person that you're not going to be giving them a podium anymore, it's going to be hard. But anyway, let's read the story and see what it says. It says, church leaders have been challenged to stop politicians from turning places of worship into platforms for hate speech and incitement, with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission urging them to switch off microphones when political messages when politicians come across the podium. NCIC chairperson Bishop Dr. Kefa Nyamwea Omai said religious leaders have the authority and responsibility to prevent politicians from using church services to push messages that could fuel hatred, division, and tension ahead of the 2027 general election. Again, how realistic is that? There are people you can literally tell, hey, mheshimiwa hii kidogo naona kidogo itakuwa ngumu. Maybe hata mheshimiwa mwenyewe atakwambia okay, ni sawa. Maybe hata mheshimiwa mwenyewe ni bishop, anakuambia mimi sijakuja kuchapa siasa leo, nimekuja kupolitik, nimekuja kuhubiri. How are you going to handle that? Yeah, for me that's going to be a tricky balancing act. But anyway, siya ndio wamesema, let's see how they handle that. There's this story here 40 minutes ago by Maureen Kinyanjui. Gachagua opposition has no hurry to name 2027 candidate. This is what these guys have been telling us for the last couple of months. Yeah, we are about a year to the election, about 300 and something days. Rigathi Gachagua has pushed back against calls for the opposition to quickly settle on its 2027 presidential candidate, saying the coalition has enough time to agree on who will face President William Ruto. Now, the Democracy for Citizens Party, DCP, leader said the opposition's attention should currently be on building a strong political base, mobilizing voters and preparing for the general election rather than focusing on who will carry its presidential ticket. Gachagua spoke on Wednesday night, that is last night, at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport shortly before flying to the United States, where he is expected to meet Kenyans living in the diaspora. Something that has also been said of Rigathi Gachagua and this particular trip is that perhaps huko mali anaenda kupatana na President Ruto, because the president is also supposed to be going to the States, I guess, from beginning of September, which is in a few days. Apparently, watu wanasema ya kwamba that this is Rigathi trying to ensure that he has a way of meeting the president, or even perhaps it is them who've already planned this thing. Na wamesema wewe fanya hivi, wewe jifanye umeenda trip ya kwenda kutafuta 1212, mimi of course ninakuja ile unga United Nations, it's called what, United Nations something, then we meet there, we discuss, we see how we can do what, how we can come together. That is something I would call an accusation. How true it is, I don't know. But anyway, you know, he's gone to the States and he has said that they are not in a hurry to choose a presidential candidate. In my opinion, I don't really think it's about whether it's early or late, but we need to know what their plan is at the very least. Someone a couple of months ago mentioned structure on this particular show, and they said these guys need a structure. They need to tell us how exactly they are planning to do things, who is going to be executing what in terms of, for example, communication, who's going to be doing the communication part of it, in terms of who's going to be executing certain actions as we go forward, who is the Secretary General of this movement called the United Opposition, who's their spokesperson, who's their what. We need to understand, because right now all we know is a couple of folks, either the running mate, not the running mate, but they are the kinaras as they like to call them. Lakini nani ambaye atatupatia mwelekeo, hapo ndio hatufanyi nini, hapo ndio hatujui. But anyway, kazi kwao. The next story takes us to, let me just see. This one is on the government spokesperson. He has warned misinformation could threaten Kenya's peace ahead of the 2027 general election. This is very true. But let me just read it before I give my thoughts on it. Government spokesperson Charles Owino has warned that false and misleading information could become a major threat to Kenya's peace, security, and democracy as political activities gather pace ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking to journalists in Nairobi on Wednesday in his first address since his appointment, Owino called for closer cooperation between the media, government and the public to ensure political claims are tested against facts and data. The greatest threat to our democracy, peace and security shall originate from people making decisions based on false information, misinformation, disinformation and fake news, he said. Sasa hapo ndugu zangu, hapo ndio kuna kizungumkuti, because unfortunately both Gava and non-Gava, if I may call them that, because ni kama hakuna opposition siku hizi ya maana, both Gava and non-Gava are doing that thing that we call fake news, misinformation, disinformation and so on and so forth. Instances I'm sure even you yourselves you have seen whereby Gava says one thing, lakini hata wewe mwenyewe unajua uko kwa hiyo area imesemekana kitu inaendelea inafanyika na unajua tu for sure hapa hakuna kitu. And let's not forget, government has got three arms. We've got the judiciary, we have the legislature, which is the parliament consisting of the Senate and the National Assembly, and then of course we've got the executive. Now these two arms called legislature and executive are very notorious for that thing that we are calling misinformation, disinformation and fake news. Because how many times have you had a local MP saying something and you know for a fact it's absolutely not true? Yeah? Or a senator says something, no, unajua boss hapo umetucheza, hata wewe unajua umetucheza, hata wewe unajua umetudanganya. So that is something that is really happening. And then of course there's the usual suspects in Gava, in the ministries, where we are told, oh, hey, you can do this, go to school, or go to hospital, you'll be treated. Na unafika pale alafu na realize, my friend, this is actually not happening. So let's be honest, lies are coming from all directions. Court set 7-day deadline for DPP in Mulwa Masiga case. Acha tufungue tusikie wanasemaje. We mentioned this yesterday, didn't we? The clock is now ticking for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to decide the fate of lawyer Angela Mulwa and Nelson Masiga over allegations linked to a Range Rover taken from a disputed 21-acre piece of land in Mlolongo. The Mavoko Law Court has allowed the prosecution 7 days to complete its investigations and decide whether the two should be charged. Now, the order was issued during a mention on Wednesday, with the court deciding, or rather directing, the ODPP to conclude the inquiry and take the necessary action within the period given. Now, the court also made it clear that failure by the DPP to make a decision within the 7 days will result in Mulwa and Masiga being released unconditionally. Now, the case concerns a Range Rover and the 21-acre property said to have belonged to Dr. Victoria Mutiso, who was shot dead July 29th, 2026. The allegations over the vehicle have added another layer to investigations surrounding Mutiso's death, with the prosecution yet to make a final decision on whether the two suspects will face charges. Masiga has meanwhile approached the DPP with a request to be admitted as a state witness. The request has not yet been determined. So Masiga may turn kukua from suspect to state witness. Let's see how this one pans out. But the whole Dr. Mutiso story, murder case, man, that one is a sad state of affairs, and I cannot wait to see how this pans out. And I hope this is one of those cases that doesn't take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years later, watu wanashinda in and out of court. We should start getting, because police walishika watu, wakashika Range Rover in a 21-acre piece of land. By the time mnafanya hizo vitu zote, see, at the very least mnajua nini kimefanyika. At the very least, let these cases not drag forever. Again, still on matters state, CS Wandai says that the state will not bow to pressure over crackdown on illegal liquefied petroleum gas. What do they mean by this? The government has warned that it will intensify the crackdown on illegal activities in the liquefied petroleum gas sector, saying the measures are necessary to protect consumers and improve safety. Energy and Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi said the government would not bow to political pressure to allow cartels to benefit from illicit LPG trade. The crackdown on illegal LPG operations will be intensified until full compliance is achieved, Wandayi said in a statement issued on August 26th, 2026, that is yesterday. The CS said the government's efforts are anchored in the LPG National Growth Strategy approved by Cabinet in October of 2023. Now, the strategy seeks to encourage Kenyans to shift from biomass fuels to LPG, which the government considers a cleaner source of energy. Wandai said one of the strategy's key areas is legal and regulatory reform aimed at stopping illegal refueling and illicit trade in LPG, which he described as a threat to public safety. You remember there's a vehicle that blew, no, not a vehicle, but there's an area that blew up because they were refilling LPG gases kwa design ambayo haikuwa inafaa. Then something went wrong, there was an explosion. Vehicles were thrown. This one kwanza that went over 500 meters away, it was found on top of a building. Ikitu bana venye watu wanaichezeanga, I don't even understand why they do this. But yeah, they need to crack down on this. And not just on this one alone, but even on this whole issue of adulterated fuel. Because we've seen car engines knocking or vehicles breaking down because of that kind of shenanigans. So they need to crack down on that as well. But tunashukuru kwa sababu at least it's been mentioned. Whether it will be actioned against, hapo sasa ndio tunafaa kujua. Ride-hailing firms reject fare floor, urge parliament to retain market pricing. Hii maneno ya taxi. Do they ever ask the people who use these taxis what they think? A proposed minimum fare for ride-hailing services could leave drivers with fewer passengers and lower earnings. Uber, Bolt and Faras have told parliament as they seek to keep pricing determined by market forces. The three companies opposed plans to introduce mandatory minimum charges, saying a rise in fares could make some passengers reduce their use of digital taxi services. They urged that fewer bookings would mean drivers complete fewer trips, which could affect the income they make from the platforms. Now, the firms made the case in submissions to the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, which is reviewing proposed changes to the regulation of ride-hailing services. Now, I rarely use these charges, or rather these taxis. However, whenever I use them, I find them fairly cheap, like really, 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 really cheap. So when they say they're going to put a floor, like you can't go below this amount of money, for example, what does that mean for distances that usually charge? Because mimi nimesikia kuna mahali hata mnalipanga 150. Na sisi umepanda gari. How that works, I don't understand. The least I think I've paid is 650 shillings. Yeah? But nasikianga mnalipa pesa zingine kidogo. We've come from an era where we used to pay how much? 2,500. Regardless of the distance. Na saa zingine inadependa na kuambia hai hapo utabidi umelipa 1,400 bro. Uko ni mbali sana. Na hizo ni town, ni kutoka town mnaenda Ngong. Unalipa 1,400 taxi. Pesa mingi sana. MPs clear Sosion and Lentoijoni. Sosion and Lentoijoni to serve as Teachers Service Commission. To serve on Teachers Service Commission. I know Sosion has been wanting this job for a while now. Wilson Sosion is set to make a return to the national education leadership after MPs approved his appointment to the Teachers Service Commission alongside Antonina Lentoijoni, ending the parliamentary process that had been triggered by President William Ruto's nominations. The National Assembly endorsed the two nominees on Wednesday after the Education Committee backed their appointments following their appearance before the committee on August 20th. Now, the approval came after MPs examined their professional backgrounds and questioned them on some of the major issues affecting teachers, including promotions, welfare, staffing levels, and the working relationship between the TSE and the Ministry of Education. Swali kwangu niko nalo ni, don't we have guidelines in the Constitution that tell us when to promote who and at what time and for what reason? Because I believe we do. I think we do. We should be having at the very least anyway. Yeah? Mali zinasema how public servants or civil servants are supposed to be awarded or rewarded when they have done their job well. So that means, because a promotion is a reward, by the way. So if you're rewarded with a promotion, there is a guideline for that. The same way a promotion also comes with a salary increment. So there should be a modality for that. So whenever there are questions on how they're going to do it, I would think the simple answer is I'm just going to follow the Constitution, which means anybody can do this job, whether you are Wilson Sosion or you're Paul Mungala movie, who's never been in the teaching profession. But anyway, I could be wrong. Wacha niache kujifanya Mark Mendo on this one. Ruto had nominated Sosion and Lentoi Johnny to fill vacant positions at the commission following a period when the Teacher Service Commission had fewer members than required. The nominations had, however, encountered the legal challenge, with the High Court initially issuing orders stopping Parliament from vetting the two candidates. I have a feeling one day, one time, perhaps not in the very distant future, Wilson Sosion will actually be at the head of the TSC, perhaps even as the CEO. Yeah? All right. Story gani nyingine? Owino asks opposition to move beyond Ruto must go calls. Hiyo ni kawaida, lakini sioni wakiacha. What is it about? This is still on the government spokesperson. Calls for President William Ruto to leave State House should not be the opposition's only political message. Government spokesperson Charles Owino has said, challenging its leaders to spell out what they would do differently if handed the country's leadership. Speaking during a press briefing at Harambee Annex in Nairobi on Wednesday, Owino said political parties seeking to replace the current administration must give voters a clear program and explain how they intend to address the country's problem. He said opposition leaders have a duty to question government decisions and demand accountability, but should equally present their own proposals for the country. Kazi kwa opposition. Swali ni, watafanya hiyo kazi kweli? Owino said the opposition should position itself as a government in waiting and give Kenyans enough information to judge whether it is prepared to take over. His remarks came amid criticism of Ruto and calls by some opposition leaders for the president to serve one term. Owino said there was nothing permanent about Ruto's stay in office, noting that the constitution already sets limits on presidential tenure. But si kuna watu walikuwa taka kubadilisha katiba, walikuwa taka kuongeza time limit. So hii kidogo tunaichukua with a pinch of salt, because tunajua watu wanaweza badilisha mambo wakati wowote. MPs demand proof over claims of TSC jobs handed to legislators. But hii story ilikuwa imesemwa some time back. Members of Parliament have challenged National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula to produce evidence for claims that legislators received Teacher Service Commission employment letters to distribute to job seekers in their constituencies. Ruaraka Member of Parliament Tom Kajwang and Seme MP James Nyikal on Wednesday questioned the claims, saying they were ready to receive the alleged letters if MPs were indeed being allocated teaching jobs for distribution to constituencies. Kajwang said residents would welcome the opportunity if MPs could help them secure teaching positions, rejecting the suggestion that such assistance would automatically amount to political patronage. If I could get the letters from whatever quarters and give them to residents of Ruaraka constituency, they would be happy. They would vote me in, Honorable Kajwang said. So when they voted you the first time, had you given them TSC teacher letters? I don't think so. However, on this issue of letters, it was said that about 600 plus letters had been distributed to members of parliament na wakaenda kupatiana huko kwa constituencies zao. Ni kumaanisha number 1 si watu walipata. Yeah, si ma MPs wote walipata. Hiyo ilikuanga, by the time you are getting such a letter as an MP to go and distribute to your folks, you have got to be someone close, because this is clearly a token. Unaambiwa, my friend, because you have supported Gava in one way or another, take this X number of letters and go distribute them to your folks. Now, still on this issue, the speaker said some politicians were taking advantage of the alleged arrangement for personal benefit by selling the letters to desperate job seekers. Some of the letters were reportedly being sold for as much as 400,000 Kenya shillings. Imagine you've been given 3 of those letters, and assuming you get someone who's desperate enough to buy them for 400 shillings each. My friend, you're 1.2 million shillings richer. Just 3 of those letters. Now imagine someone who got 5. 2 million. Assuming someone got 10. 10 of those letters, 4 million. Clean money. Meenda huko, hiyo ni tax free. Hakuna mali imepitia KRA hata wajui hiyo pesa ulipata. 400,000. And this is coming from the speaker himself. This is not hearsay. Remember that conversation we were talking about earlier on, misinformation, disinformation, fake news and so on and so forth. Na tukasema how many arms of government? There are 3. Tukasema kuna judiciary, legislature na tukasema kuna executive. Wacha niwaambie ukweli. We are living in a very weird country. That's again my opinion. Last story before we get into the traffic, Ruto announces 2.6 billion payout for 13,000 Mau evictees. 2.6 what? 2.6 billion, you guy, my guy. What does this story say? Acha nisome vizuri. President William Ruto has announced 2.6 billion compensation package for 13,000 people. So someone is getting roughly what? 200,000 per person? Yeah, evicted from the Mau forest, with each beneficiary set to receive 200,000 as the government moves to close the long-running dispute over their displacement. Speaking in Sogo, Narok South on Wednesday, Ruto said the payment marked the final phase of efforts to address the grievances linked to the Mau forest evictions. Now, he said the money would be disbursed immediately and urged those affected to prepare to receive the funds. Leo nimefika hapa na shilingi bilioni 2 na milioni kama 6 kulipa hawa watu 13,000. Kila mtu achukue 1,200 yake aende nyumbani ajipange na apange maisha yake. But I'll ask a very honest question, and please don't think I'm asking from a position of privilege. 200,000 unaweza ifanyia nini wewe? Hii ninauliza tu ile tu, yani kibesti tu, yani msinirushie mawe, kibesti tu, kirafiki, yani nauliza kwa heshima. 200,000 leo umepewa 200,000 na ulikuanga na zero, uko na chochote, you are an evictee of allocation. Okay, you've been given 200,000. How utajipanga aje na hiyo do? Mimi nimeuliza tu. Find me on the comment section, that is on YouTube at Radio Gen KE. On YouTube, actually, it's Radio Generation Kenya, right? Let me know what you can do, or what you should do, or what you will do with 200,000 Kenya shillings. I am trying to say by the in very many words that is kidogo money. Just in case someone thinks I was not being clear, that is very little money. 200,000. But I'm not saying that they shouldn't be given. I'm not belittling that money. I'm not saying that it is useless money. I'm just saying ni pesa kidogo sana. Before I get into the traffic updates, let me just give a shout out to Lukins69 saying good morning City and Movie. Well, Lukins, good morning to you too. Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Collins anasema good morning Movie. Allow me to say this: if Kenyans will be foolish enough to believe that presidency is our problem and Ruto must go is a solution to all our problem, then we shall sink further. Collins, I agree with you 150%. Removal of president will not take away the corruption, incompetent legislature and the corrupt judiciary. Someone said here, actually several people have said this before, that our problem in this country is not who is in power, it is the system. Because the people in power are the ones who come in and then they just do madhogodhanyo with the system. Because the system has allowed them to do madhogodhanyo. But if you fix the system, it doesn't matter who you put in place, man. They will ensure that the country runs as it should. Let's do the traffic update.
Traffic.
I'm looking at the map of Nairobi County right now, starting with this road called Ngong Road. Ngong Road iko sawa. Hakuna traffic kwa zile sehemu kawaida tumezoea, apart from the usual, you know, kuna Kilimani pale Ring Road, a little bit of traffic pale Joseph Kang'ethe Road as you're joining Ngong Road, but that is because you are joining the main highway. Beyond that, you guys are moving quite well. Valley Road also looking good. Dennis Street Road is very clean. Cotton Avenue also looking great. Kikambala Road, Gitanga, James Gishuru, Kingara, yoyote iko sawa. If you're heading towards Wayaki Way, via which road? Via James Gishuru uko sawa. When you get to Wayaki Way, also looking fantastico. That is ABC Place, coming all the way from 87 heading to the CBD. Wayaki Way, Red Hill Link Road also very green at this particular hour, and I expect it to be so because again it's only 6:34. Hakuna traffic mob. Watu ambao wanapitia huko Runda, Githogoro, huko kwote Kiambu Road yote iko sawa. Northern Bypass mnapatana huko hivyo na watu wa Kamakis, kila kitu iko sawa. Na huko watu wa Mirema, hizo barabara ziko swafi for now. Thika Super Highway, this road has actually baffled me for the last couple of days. And I thought it's because shule zimefungwa, but still this morning na shule zimefunguliwa jana, minimal traffic. Ama kuna shule bado zinafunguliwa leo, si ndio? Okay, so minimal traffic, but traffic nonetheless. Kiambu Road joining Thika Superhighway is clean, and if you're coming from KCA University, basically if you're coming from Thika Road, the road is also looking very clean right now. You're only going to encounter this traffic as you get to Muthaiga, but this one maximum, yato kikaa sana dakika 3 kuja ni kununulie peremende. You are moving quite well. Juja Road also looking fantastico. Watu wa Isili ni hamna shida yoyote. Watu wa Ngara pia naona mko sawa. If I can just go back on Thika Highway to Kenyatta University, because watu wa Githurai ndio wanaanga mko na shida. Today you guys are moving. You're moving. There's no problem. Like I told you, hata ukitaka kwenda kupitia huko Kamakis, you are cruising very well. If we just zoom out and zoom into Mombasa County, not looking bad at this particular hour. Tuda kule Technical University of Mombasa kule mwasonga vizuri, hamna shida. Tomboya pia naona barabara ya songa nywe. New Nyali Bridge pia sehemu hiyo iko sawa. Kengeleni kule Bell, Light Kengeleni kuko sawa. Links Road huko sehemu za kina Kongowea ukielekea Nyali, barabara yote iko sawa. Ukipita hata Wild Waters huko kuko sawa kabisa. Na ukikuja huku South Coast kabisa, uangalie sehemu za kina For Jesus kule Nkuruma, Mombasa Sports Club, hizo barabara zote hazina hata traffic hata moja. Hata hakuna baskili na kwambia Mombasa, kwani what's not happening? But if you see something I need to know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Time for us to get into the newspaper check, and let's see some of the stories making headlines across the globe and on the papers. Queries over Korean poll kits bidder. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has alleged a plot to rig next year's general election and demand that the Electoral Commission shed light on a South Korean company he claims to that is earmarked rather to supply an election system. Yesterday, an aggrieved bidder told a procurement watchdog that the tender was tailored to favor Miru Systems, but the electoral agency rejected the claim, saying there was no evidence it was favoring the Korean firm. This story is on pages 4 and 5. Lakini Ethicon has got a difficult job ahead, Very difficult. Remember when he got this job, kulikuwa na maswali mengi sana. So he has got a lot to prove. I like a lot. Anyway, tributes pour in for Dolly Parton, country music icon. That story is on page 3. She died at 80 years old. Yeah, we mentioned this story yesterday. If you grew up a millennial, you definitely had Dolly Parton songs, unless you were living under a tree or your parents were just, wako wanajisikia na country music. But for lovers of country music, young or old, whether you're a millennial, Gen Z, boomer, you're an Xer, yani kama ulikuwa unasikiza country music, you know for a fact Dolly Parton had an amazing voice, and she did. Yani there's no single song of this lady you can say was boring. Yeah, and many others, of course, that she collaborated with, did amazing songs with the likes of Don Williams. She did a lot of collabos also with Kenny Rogers. Great stuff right there. May she continue resting in peace. Still on matters of election, countries where the farm has courted controversy. This is the Korean farm, DRC, Iraq, Zambia, and the Philippines. Why police will get new uniform after 8 years? See, the police were given new uniform just the other day. Ama this light blue, sky blue uniform. It's from like some 2-3 years ago. I don't live in this country. 2018 is when the government introduced a new uniform, according to this paper. Anyway, the National Police Service officers will don new uniforms, replacing the deep navy blue outfit introduced in 2018. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has announced this particular news. President William Ruto will unveil the uniform on Friday, that is tomorrow, at the Kiganjo Police Training College in Nyeri, during a pass-out parade. Now, the current uniform is unpopular among officers, and authorities believe the new outfit will boost morale. Wait a minute. There's the navy blue one, yes, and then there's the sky blue. You see sky blue? Which color is that? this very bright blue thing that they wear. Because navy blue ni ile inakaa kama uniform ya Nairobi school. That's my understanding. And they've had that uniform for a very long time. Since I was born, that's the uniform I knew. And of course, this is the camouflage one that watu wa GSU na AP wanapendanga kuvaa. So anyway, they're getting a new uniform. I have seen photos of that uniform. It doesn't really look different from the same navy blue unless they're going to introduce a new kind of blue, or they introduce, I don't know, a green color, which will be very weird. But anyway, they're getting a new uniform. We wish them all the best. That is all the Daily Nation has to offer. Let's check out the Standard paper. Wanasema Kivumbi 2027, we have about 348 days to go before we go to the polls, yeah? Rigging Thunderbolt is what they're calling it. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has fired a stinging attack at the IEBC, accusing the electoral agency of quietly laying the groundwork for a rigged 2027 election through a digital voting system allegedly tailored for South Korea firm Miru Systems. He claims that the switch could be used to tamper with the voters' register, suppress votes in opposition strongholds, and hand President William Ruto a disputed victory. The IBC is set to respond to the grave claims, even as Gachagua is demanding answers over the tender, the officials behind it, and what he calls a high-stakes scheme that could plunge the country into another electoral crisis. Lately Rigiji has been saying things, But if we are being honest, what is so difficult about the tendering process in this country of ours, especially on matters to do with the election? Now, we know that the IEBC is fairly young as far as the new team is concerned. But I want to ask one thing, and it's something that we've asked here, even with Siti Muga. What was wrong with the old system? What was wrong with the system before that one? Because every election we have got to choose a new system. Every time we have, it's like every time we're having an election, we have got to buy new computers, a new software, new God knows what. What is so bad about the previous one? Ilikuwa imeharibika wapi? Na hii of course inauliza tu kama Mkenya wa kawaida to understand what really advises us changing, because before that we had a system from where? Now we've been told, and I remember we were told here by former CEO Oswago of the IEBC. He said that we need to adopt what India is doing. India has had the same system for God knows how long. They have got a population of 1.4 billion people. And I'm sure it's hundreds of millions who vote. Maybe not the whole population of 1.4 billion, but hundreds of millions of them vote every election cycle. How is it that they are able to do such a seamless job? Me, I've never had disputed elections in India. I've never had people saying they did not elect Narendra Modi, or Modi has had a problem here. I've never ni hapa Kenya tu tunaendanga kotini. Mara we say sijui open the servers. Why are those servers so secretive anyway? Why? It is us who are voting. It is us who it is us who are paying for that particular server. How is it that we are paying for something that we cannot access? How is it that we are paying for something that we do not have a say over, how we get it? Why? Anyway, they're calling it rigging Thunderbolt, Still on matters Dolly Parton, they're saying Dolly Parton, the country music icon who rose from an impoverished childhood to become one of the world's most recognizable entertainers, has died at the age of 80. That story is on page 3. They are saying that she's a country music songbird. Katiba at 16, there's a pull out there in the Standard. You can check it out. Law on trial. 16 years on, Kenya confronts the gap between constitutional promise versus the reality. The more I do this show, the more I realize that sisi kama wa Kenya, we have got a huge part to play as far as the failure of this country is concerned. Yes, we can point fingers at the president. We can point fingers at the CSAs. We can point fingers at members of parliament. And we should, by the way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm just saying that if we are being honest with ourselves, hata sisi hapo tunachezanga pakubwa sana kuangusha hii country yetu. Crafty financiers trapping Kenya into massive avoidable debt. How Treasury throws away billions to clever money lenders for projects it does not need through vendor financing. Again, let me just read it again. How Treasury throws away billions to clever money lenders for projects it does not need through vendor financing. Nilisikia kuna kitu kama hii inafanyikanga hii country yetu pia, whereby we really don't need something, but someone is always found. There's a tender for that particular job or for that particular project that we do not need. And people come and they fill those particular tenders and they get those jobs and they still do not deliver. Or even if they deliver, they do it anyway. Something substandard. Anyway, that is on the People Daily front page. As we mark Katiba Day, 16 years since we promulgated our new supreme law, the debate is shifting from whether the document is progressive to if leaders, institutions, and citizens have the political will to fully implement it. Goes back to the three arms of government: legislature, executive, judiciary. How many times have we as a country, and when I say we, of course, I'm meaning the guys who are charged with it, how many times has the court said that we do something and then we don't do it? How many times has someone in the executive been given a job and they still do not deliver? Or they cut corners as far as delivery is concerned? Or they deliver for their own benefit, not for the benefit of the 50-something million plus Kenyans? How many CSs do you know right now who got in there, you didn't even know them, but nowadays you're seeing them, they are very flashy? How many? How many members of parliament, including your own, do you see debating on the floor of the house? So we gave ourselves a Katiba 16 years ago, for sure, when it was promulgated, yeah? But what have we done with it? If you ask me, I'll tell you for free, absolutely nothing. Well, we've done something. If City was here, angeniambia kuna mbuvi, you can't say completely nothing. Yeah, we've done something for sure. But if we were to put it on a scale, what we have done and what we haven't done, ni gani mzito? For me, it's what we haven't done. The number of makosa tumefanya on this thing we're calling the Constitution. We have really bastardized this thing, eh? Looking at the Star front page, new poll tech splits Gachagua Kalonzo as IEBC faces fresh siege. This one is on page 4 and 5, eh? I'll deal with you, Ruto tells goon politicians. When will you deal with them? When? Because as we speak, we have Kenyans who've died. As we speak, because of this goonism. As we speak, we have Kenyans who've been maimed because of this goonism. As we speak, we have property that has been destroyed because of this goonism. So when we say that I will deal with you, I was hoping that when this statement is made, it is not I will, it is I have dealt with these particular folks. They are in police custody, they are waiting trial, or they are already in trial, they are waiting to be incarcerated or released if they are found not guilty. Lakini maneno ya ati I will deal, utadeal now lini? Mi upendanga, juu hata mi wambiwanga na my lecturers, you don't say that you will do, you do. You do, then you deliver on that thing that you have said that you will do. Do it. So I will deal with goons should be I have dealt with goons. As you can see, tulishika fulani na fulani na fulani na fulani na fulani. I have a wife, Ruto's son tells city admirer. This story is on page 3. There is a job vacancies pull out. You can check out on the inside of the Star newspaper, National Infrastructure Fund, and after watu kupatia makazi. So useme hakuna kazi. Rigathi wants controversial Venezuelan farm retained for 2027. Hii ni ile akina Kamago. Okay. Historic Kamukunji grounds restored for recreation. The historic Kamukunji grounds have now been completely transformed through the National Rivers Regeneration Project, becoming a vibrant public space where heritage, recreation, environmental restoration, and community life converge. This one you will find it inside our Jasamani page gani, but it's there. Naona pale hivyo some guys are trying to work on it, some tracks here and there. let's hope for the best at the end of it all. Anyway, we want to have a very beautiful city before people start telling us the way, oh, Dar es Salaam this, Dar es Salaam that. Sijui mara kuna mahali kunakaa vizuri kuliko kwingine. Oh, Uganda this, Uganda that. Ni kama huku Kenya sisi ni mayatima. Ni sare baada ya sare. This is uniform after uniform. I'm sure they're talking about the police. This is on Taifa Leo front page. Wanasema hivi, maafisa wa polisi nchini wataanza kuvalia sare mpya kuanzia Ijumaa na kutelekeza ile ya rangi ya samawati iliyozinduliwa wakati wa utawala wa Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta. Sare hizo zitachukua nafasi ya zile za sasa zinazovaliwa na maafisa wa polisi wa kawaida, huku polisi wa utawala, that is APS, na kitengo cha kupambana na ghasia, that is GSU, wakitarajiwa kuendelea kutumia sare zao za sasa. Sasa ile ya samawati tena itaenda, alafu waletewe gani nyingine sasa hii? Kusema kweli zishashonwa kulingana na, kwa sababu kama zinazinduliwa kesho and then on Monday all the cops will be wearing them, ni kumaanisha zishashonwa. Kesi ya raia wa India yasitishwa. Someone was actually asking when was the tender given? Basically they asking the procurement process of this particular police uniform. Anyway, kesi ya raia wawili wa India yasitishwa. Koti yazima kesi ya mauaji dhidi ya polisi 15 waliodaiwa kuwaua raia wawili wa India mwaka wa 2022. Wacha nirudie tena. Kesi ya raia wawili wa India yasitishwa. Koti yazima kesi ya mauaji dhidi ya polisi 15. So inasemekana ni mapolisi 15 ambao walidaiwa kuwaua raia wawili wa India mwaka wa 2022. Habari kamili katika ukurasa wa 3. DCI wasaka walioumbua mbunge. DCI wasaka walioumbua mbunge. Wamaanisha nini hawa? Picha hiyo ilimsawiri mbunge Mohamed Machele kama mhudumu harusini. Ala. Okay. Alright. Muhozi adai atawania uraisi mwaka wa 2032. Mkuu wa jeshi la Uganda ambaye pia ni mwana wa Rais Yoweri Museveni amezea mate urais. Lakini tulikuwa tunajua hivyo. Tulikuwa tunajua ya kwamba Muhozi alikuwa baadaye tu awe amiri jeshi ambaye atachukua baada ya babake. Haya. Kura za maa za piganiwa kuelekea mwaka 2027. Maa ina ushawishi mkubwa Kajiado, Narok na Samburu. Na pia ina idadi kubwa ya wakazi maeneo ya Laikipia. Taarifa hiyo kamili katika ukurasa wa 4. I've actually been asking this question, and if you're a Maasai there or someone from the Maa community, tell me, who is your kingpin? Who is the person that you probably say he speaks for the community? It might not be your kingpin, but at least a spokesperson of sorts. You know, someone, if we were to think of the Maa community, they come to mind. The one who comes to mind right now is Olekina. Ledama Olekina. Sasa sijui kama kuna mwingine. Najua kuna Naisula Lesuda. Kuna tulihost hapa juzi. What's his name? David Sankok. Yes. Who else is in the Maa community that I can think of? Who else? I'll think of those names by the way. Natujue ni akina nani wako wapi. Bruno atoa taji la PFA Celtic nje EPL. Hebu ngoja. Bruno atoa taji la PFA alafu Celtic nje EPL. Wanamaanisha nini hawa? Kiungo bingwa alituzwa na chama cha wanasoka Uingereza. Habari kamili utaipata pale katika ukurasa wa 20. Haya, sawa basi. Hiyo iko katika sporty pullout of the Taifa Leo. Let me see what else. Which other paper I haven't checked. Here we go. Business Daily. Kenya risks electricity cuts as reserve shrinks to 3.3%. Kenya risks electricity cuts as reserves shrink to 3.3%. What do they mean? Extra power generation capacity falls from 20.7%. Kenya Power relies on Ethiopia to plug local deficit. Why? Why? Households and businesses face the risk of electricity rationing and blackouts as consumption nears overtaking supply in what could trigger economic disruptions and costly use of diesel generators. Kenya's reserve margin, the extra generation capacity available above demand, has shrunk to less than 3.3%, which contrasts sharply to the range of between 20% and 35% that is recommended by the International Energy Agency, IEA. Now, this exposes the country to blackouts or power outages during maintenance of plants or during breakdowns of electricity supply. You know, this is not the first time that we have been told of power rationing. It's the beginning of this year we were being told that we shall experience power rationing, and it didn't happen. I believe even the president at one point somewhere when he was it Dubai or Qatar, he told a delegation that currently Kenya is experiencing blackouts, or rather power rationing. Blackouts hizo nazo zinakuanga. Hatumalizangi wiki kama stima hazijapotea hii Kenya yetu. Na kama unaishi mahali stima haijapotea uko na bahati sana. So when he said that we're experiencing power rationing, me I was shocked. But the proper power rationing we had was in the year 2000. I remember it very well because I was sitting for my KCPE. And we used to have power rationing from 8 in the morning all the way until 10 in the night. 10. You can imagine. During the day, you hakuna stima. Thank God those times we didn't have mobile phones were still getting into the market, so people didn't have enough mobile connectivity, so we didn't need to charge our phones every other day. We didn't have tablets to charge. Laptops were not as popular as they are right now, so people just had computers in their offices. But still, you can imagine an entire day, no electricity. So kumaanisha you have to wake up very early in the morning, take a shower if you can. If you need to boil anything, boil. If you need to cook anything, you cook at that particular time. And then you forget that power at exactly 8. And it used to go at exactly 8. Yani ikigonga vitu steam imeenda. And the next time you see that power is at 10 in the night, sometimes even 11. Depending on where you live, you'd even get that power at midnight or even past midnight. So we had already become accustomed to taking cold showers, using candles. Those days we didn't have this, what are they called? Electric lamps, these rechargeable torches and rechargeable bulbs or whatever you want to call them. We didn't. Zilikuanga for the very few, zilikuanga for the elite yani. So candle ndo ilikuanga our way of life. Na kutumia gas lanterns, pressure lanterns, and this other thing, I'm forgetting its name. Gas cookers. And yet tumetoka mbali. So they are saying that Kenya risks electricity cuts as reserve shrinks to 3.3%. Yani from the recommended 20 to 35%, now we are at 3.3. Let's hope these upcoming rains will do something about our water levels. Lenders reap from workers' appetite for salary advances. Now, lenders are seeing growing demand for salary advances and other payslip-backed short-term digital loans as workers increasingly turn to credit to bridge cash flow gaps between paydays. You know, it is said that here in Kenya, the day you are paid is the day your salary inaishanga. You're paid like this, you pay your rent, you pay your pending bills. Of course, things like electricity, water, service charge. Then you had a loan somewhere, you're paying that loan, you've paid your children's fees or even your own fees if you're in the university. So by the time your salary checks in, you're done. Hauna kitu. Now you go back to borrowing. So you have just paid a lender, then you borrow again. Because thank God lenders usually give you what? Anything from 20 days to 30 days to repay your loan. So the moment you pay your loan like this, unakopa tu tena. So some people actually leave, or if why not for this akina Fuliza, Mshwari and other kinds of digital loans. My friends, saizi watu wangekuwa sijui wangekuwa nafanya nini. Me I know folks who live like that, like they are perennially on Fuliza. Yani huyo mtu hata umwambie buda nikutumie 500 nakwambia usitume kwa ile line, tuma kwa ile line nyingine. Ruto shifts spending to visible projects with an eye on 2027 polls. Now, President William Ruto's administration channeled 61% of the increase in national development spending to roads and housing last financial year, signaling a shift in government's investment priorities towards highly visible projects ahead of the 2027 elections. Now, competition tribunal paralysis stalls Cocoa Carrefour appeals. Again, competition tribunal paralysis stalls Cocoa and Carrefour appeals. Carrefour ile mnitanga Carrefour. 10 high-profile disputes involving firms and the Competition Authority of Kenya have been thrown into limbo after the Competition Tribunal lost the quorum required to hear and determine appeals against decisions by the regulator. What do they mean? How did we lose the quorum? What happened to the quorum? The last I checked, we have 58 million Kenyans. There is no one that can be put in that quorum. My country people. Anyway, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga, and then when we return, of course, I shall be letting you know who we are hosting next. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Machakos High Court has given investigators 7 more days to establish the whereabouts of Mlolongo businessman Jimmy Mutava, who was allegedly abducted in July. Justice Noel Inziani directed Anti-Abduction Unit Director Daniel Jumwa to complete investigations and provide evidence on Mutava's whereabouts. The judge said no further extension will be granted after the 7 days. The case will be mentioned on September 3rd, 2026. Police in Lodwar have arrested a man accused of posing as a Catholic priest at St. Augustine Cathedral for more than 3 weeks. The man, identified as Jones Onchonga, reportedly claimed to be a priest from Tanzania who was on leave and was allowed to celebrate Mass and administer sacraments. But his alleged deception was uncovered after he mixed up a prayer while leading Mass, raising suspicion among the faithful.
Lakini mimi nashangaa leo mnakaribisha mtu ambayo bado ni mgeni na mnampea hiyo mamlaka yote na anaweza kupeana sakramenti kwa waumini wa Katoliki.
Mtu anaweza kuja kujiweka kwamba yeye ni kasisi kwa saidi ya majuma matatu. Anaenda kufanya misa, kuadhimisha misa na kupeana sakramenti yenye ni hatia, kumaanisha kwamba shida hiko.
Sasa sisi saa hii wale makanisa wengine wanakuwa na siasa na Catholic wamepata sasa njia ya kukujia sasa sisi sasa kusema kumbe nyinyi mko na mafadha fake.
Residents of Karichen in Kieni constituency, Nyeri County, have for the third time opposed plans to construct a cement factory in the area. During a public participation meeting, residents raised concerns over the potential impact on their lives and livelihoods, saying the proposed site is reserved for residential use. They also questioned the investors, promised corporate social responsibility projects, and criticized NEMA for failing to attend any of the 3 public meetings.
Hii kitu tunapiga juu, hata mahali mimi nakaa Mlimani Primary School, huwa tuna shida ya miaka 20 ya ile vumbi. Ile vumbi itaenea upande wa Thego, itahatarisha maisha ya watoto na watu wakubwa na ng'ombe, wanyama wote.
Mambo ambayo inahusishwa, ambayo tunaambiwa italeta mitigation ama prevention ya pollution, haijaelezewa vizuri. Swali la pili, tumeambiwa walifanya kitu inaitwa riparian pegging. Hiyo ripoti hatujaipata, hatujajua ilifanywa siku gani.
Our parents hapa wanatekiwa advantage, wanakuja hapa, wanadanganywa, wanapewa other terms that they do not understand.
A 342.8 million shillings legal fees bill paid by the Insurance Regulatory Authority is now under scrutiny by MPs. The National Assembly's Public Investments Committee is investigating how the bill arose, including 79.8 million shillings in interest that accumulated after an earlier court award was not settled on time. The matter stems from a case involving a liquidated insurance company where the IRA hired an external law firm before agreeing on the final legal fees.
There is validity of the contract. You cannot tell me the contract was supposed to be for over a number of years. If it was a supply, there's a duration that is supposed to be valid. So this is 4 years or 5 years. Do you still have this contract?
No, Chair. So I share. Yes, if I may ask, you cancelled the contract. If you cancelled the contract, and how did you go about it? Because you've said that you cancelled and you've done the work. What if he'll come with the claims that he is the one who has done the work and you have not paid him? What will you do?
Thank you, Chair. I think the contract is very clear and the deliverables were very clear on what he's supposed to do and the parameters of payment.
Guinea's President Mamadi Doumbouya has dismissed 173 soldiers for alleged desertion, including Colonel Michael Lamar, who helped him seize power in the 2021 coup. Lamar was part of the elite special forces unit that overthrew then-President Alpha Conde. Doumbouya had initially pledged not to seek elected office, but later ran in the presidential election and won by a landslide. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Paul Karimi, good morning. How are you saying? How are you doing rather? You're saying, please double check if Dolly collaborated with Don Williams. Paul, I've actually checked. Ni ukweli hawajafanya chochote pamoja in terms of collaborating together or even writing songs together. So thank you for that one. My Take 2.0, good morning. Yani my take, hakuna siku naamkanga tu na unasema hi guys, glad to be here, God is good. Hakuna siku hata moja. You have got to fight and fight 24/7. Anyway, welcome to the show. Mbogo amesema, hi Mbuvi, the abduction police unit should be given one color, standard hoods for easy identification. Yes Mbogo, that will never happen, but it's an ideal situation. Yeah, hiyo tutangoja hadi tukauki hapa hivi. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Robert Mbogo Wambaje, karibu tena sana katika People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. With us this morning, our guest has arrived. He is the party leader of Mwongozo Mpya Party, Macharia Njeru. We want to talk about the birth of new political parties and the future of Kenya. Macharia, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Yeah, good morning, my brother.
Glad to have you here.
Asante sana.
You know, you're the first person I've seen in a pristine black suit. Yeah, alafu ina match na tie na ukaamua kumatch na mpaka yani from top to bottom. Absolutely exquisite.
Asante. Unajua mimi ni wakili wa miaka mingi, miaka 35.
No way.
35 years.
35 years.
35 years I've been an advocate, and it looks like yesterday.
Yeah. You have been a wakili for as long as I've been alive. Well, I've been alive for 40 years. Yeah. But you have been a wakili for that time.
35 years continuously.
Yes.
Na nimefanya kazi. I've advised businesses, I've advised individuals. I've advised family members. I've dealt with all manner of disputes.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, when I look back, it looks like yesterday. So time moves so fast, my brother. Let me tell you.
Wait, but when did you become a lawyer? Like when did you graduate from the Kenya School of Law? Because I believe that's now when.
That's 1991, 17th of October, 1991. That's now when I was sworn in.
Right.
And
as an advocate.
As an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Nikatoka nje, nikachapa kazi miezi 9.
Right.
Just 9 months. Then I went on my own. I was forced to go on my own early enough because what happened is that I was born and brought up in actually Kapsabet in Nandi County.
Wow.
Though later on, I did my early education in Nyeri, but we were living in Nandi County. But later on, much later, we moved to Nyandarua County. But so my formative years were in Nandi County. Now what happened is that in the early 90s, there were very severe tribal clashes. And I remember I had just started working. And on my 9th month, I could see in the newspapers. Those days, internet haikuwa kama vile tunaingia kwa social media. So ilikuwa ninasoma kwa magazeti na kusikia kwa radio. So I kept seeing, I kept seeing houses being burned, bodies being taken to mortuary. And I kept worrying about my mother and my siblings who were still behind. Now I said, na hii salary kidogo acha tu niwatoe, niwalete huko Nairobi waishi na mimi.
Okay.
So I brought them here, and with my little salary, it was not possible to sustain them. You can imagine my mother was diabetic. And all of a sudden now I'm a young man of 24 years, literally, and now I have to take care of two of my siblings, one of whom was married with kids. Plus now the ones behind me. So
this is in 90 what again?
That was the classes were 92. I'm moving on to 93.
Okay.
Just that time there was the first, there was the general elections of 92. So because of that, I had to take a decisive step to go and start my own law firm. Kuangana tu, I didn't know anybody in Nairobi, ni bado mimi ni kijana. I don't have,
ilikuwa inaitwa Machari and Advocates.
Machari and Jeru and Company Advocates. Nikangangana nikaenda na nikaanzisha,
And here you are today.
And here I am today.
The firm is still there?
Yes.
Functioning, has advocates. I'm sure you've mentored many folks in the field.
I mean, it's a different Machari and Jeru all together. Lakini kuangana tu, I even recently just left out, been elected by lawyers to be the representative of the Judicial Service Commission.
Okay.
I was the vice chair there. I'd been the first chair of IPOA.
Right.
I've served in boards of banks. I've served, in the board of Kenya Ports Authority.
You have a wealth of experience.
I was at one, in fact, the Kenya Premier League Limited, as you know it today.
Yes.
I'm the one who founded, I'm the one who created it. I am the one who helped to create it. So my footprints have been all over. That young man who struggled those days is here.
Machari, are you sure you're not a Luo? Unajua Wajaluo nasemanga been at the board of,
but
I was also the chairman, I'm a professor, and not forgetting that I have a doctorate in.
No, the whole idea, my brother,
is
to always have your feet on ground.
Sure.
The biggest mistake we make in life is that when you think that you are making now progress, unaanza kutembea like an umbrella, kujibeba sana, and that actually can be your Achilles heels. You can go down very fast.
Very true.
So always remain very humble. Always remain true to your core values. You always have to remember where you've come from. Na usiwahi kudharau mtu yote. In fact, let me tell you, what has helped me, if when I look back to my journey, is that humility, respecting everybody.
Yes.
I have never rude to anyone. Hata mtu akiwa rude kwangu tu mimi nawachana tu naye.
Inakuanga siri moja watu hawajui.
Yes.
It lets you just let go of a lot of stress, baggage and whatever stresses that may come with that.
Yeah, and you'll be shocked that hata ule mtu ambaye unafikiria ni mdogo sana, mtu ambaye unaweza dharau, huyo tena inaweza kukusaidia.
True.
In fact, the list of the places where you'll expect help is where you get it from.
True.
So just be kind. In fact, I always say that our biggest obligation as human beings is just to be a good human being. Just be a good human being.
My parents usually tell me one thing, that there are some professionals we usually belittle or condescend over. The sweepers, the janitors, the receptionists. Alikuwa anasema hawa watu are the ones who actually know company secrets. They are the ones who know who's sleeping with who in the company. They are the ones who can actually either deliver your CV in the right office or they can put it in the dustbin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huyo mtu mwenye unadharau huyo.
Yeah, kabisa. And those guys also, hata ile tu kukutakia mema, hata kukuombea tu, just there's a way blessings will move to you.
Very true.
Arising from how you conduct yourself, how you relate with people.
Very true.
Now, there are people who are so cruel, that every day when they wake up, they just want to be rough to everybody. Kila mahali tu ni makelele, kuanzia kwa nyumba, kwenye yako, kwenye anatembea, kufika kwa ofisi. They just, toxicity for nothing.
Absolutely.
It doesn't help at all. So if you could just be kind, be a decent human being, a lot of things will flow from there.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your party. This is Mwongozo Mpya Party.
MMP.
Yeah.
And our slogan is Sote Pamoja.
Sote Pamoja.
Yes, Sote Pamoja. Let me tell you something, my brother Mbuvi. For me, as you've seen from my record, I've served in private sector for 35 years continuously and 16 years also in government. I've mixed the two, which I count myself as fortunate. But when I look at the situation of our country, our problems actually start with the party politics going wrong. We've been unable to sort out the issues in the party's space, and that has now ended up trickling over now to the political space, particularly in the executive. Let me say all the arms of government. Why do I say that? Remember, the parties that are in power are the ones that will be given the the responsibility of governing the country. Now, they are the ones who will constitute the executive. They're the ones that will end up in parliament. Now, so when it comes to the appointment now that are made in the executive, and that includes all the independent institutions, it will emanate from the people who are, in the political space, the party that is in power at the time.
Very
so
true.
they'll determine who gets into those spaces. Now, the people who get into those spaces are the ones who will determine the course of government, how the government will be run. So if the people who are running the political parties are rogues themselves, it means then that the people they end up appointing
will be
are
rogue.
people who are made in their own image.
Yeah.
They'll be rogue also.
Yes.
Now that influences how the government also behaves. Remember, they are the ones who will also approve also these people also in parliament, because they're influencing it. And sadly, they also influence the people who will also get to the judiciary.
Yeah.
So you find that contamination runs through and through. So if you don't sort out the party politics, we'll continue having problems. We'll continue having a lot of problems. And I've seen it firsthand because I've served in these positions. And you look at some of the people who are brought now, who are appointed, you wonder, because you'll relate with them firsthand, even in the institutions. And I can tell you, Mbovi, and it's very shocking that some of these people, what the image they project out there, is very different from the real person when they are inside those four walls of the offices.
Yes.
You see the roguish behavior, you see the thinking, and you get shocked. In fact, you worry for the country.
Yeah.
Where the person is saying outrightly, mimi niko hapa kujiangalia. They don't care about public interest. They do not care at all about the future of the young people or anybody in the country. Everything starts with me, I personally.
You've confirmed something we've been thinking about here on the show with very many guests. Now you've been added on that list.
Yeah.
That I'm not blind to the fact that we have a level of greed. All of us, we have got a level of greed. But I'm always shocked with the kind of greed I see with our public officers, whether they're in the legislature, judiciary, or they're in the executive. There is no way, Masharia, you can just decide to clean billions of shillings as an individual, not as a government. As an individual, unasikia fulani akona scandal ya 1.6 billion. Unajiuliza 1.6 billion, one person.
And the worst thing is that they don't care.
Yeah.
But you see now also the problem is that there's no accountability. People will do as they like, and they are not held to account. Again, why? Because the ones at the top are the ones who are setting the pace. They are the ones now who will be setting the pace, and because they are doing it.
It's an ecosystem that has been created.
It's an ecosystem they've created. You see what happens, that the tune has always to be set from the top. Now, we keep being given, for instance, the example of Singapore.
Yes.
But if you look at Lee Kuan Yew, how he was able to handle the situation in Singapore that made that country move forward, because I'm using that as an example because that is the one that we keep being told even by our head of state. If you look at that country, for instance, what that guy did is that he made sure that corruption was not tolerated. And he didn't just give those heavy words that, you know, the way you go to government office and you say zero tolerance to this corruption-free zone. Then the guy who is welcoming you anakuambia bunipatie kitu kidogo nikutafutie file. And he's right next to that
that banner.
To that banner.
That says no corruption.
Now, so words and the actions must, they must move together. So what did Lee Kuan Yew do? The first minister who was caught up in a corruption scandal in 1975, the guy was jailed. And let me tell you the most interesting thing about that situation.
Yes.
Is that this was his best friend. They had worked together in creating the People Actions Party. They had worked together in a trade. Yes, People's Action. And the guy was a trade unionist. They had grown together in politics. They were very close.
Yes.
But in fact, Lee Kuan Yew said that it was the most painful thing for him to do. To take through this guy through the process of prosecution to ensure he's prosecuted and he's jailed. Yes, it was his best friend. He lamented about it even in public. He felt sad, but he said, for the sake of the country and continuity and creating a good future for everyone, we have to do it.
Yeah.
1986, there was someone else, now second person, a minister again, who was caught in a corruption scandal. He knew that was something that would not be tolerated.
Yeah.
Rather than face the wrath, he committed suicide.
Rather than even put Lee Kuan Yew in that position.
Yes, he just committed suicide. 2024, just 2 years ago, another one called Iswaran. This guy
still in Singapore.
Yes, still in Singapore. Now Lee Kuan Yew is long dead. But see, at the end of the day, the culture, that culture,
it was set up.
It had already been set up. It's deeply rooted, so nobody can be corrupt and allowed to get away with it. Iswaran, the Minister of Transport,
yes,
the guy was given tickets to go and watch Formula 1.
Yes,
he is not supposed to accept free tickets. He was given some golf equipments. He was given a bicycle
as a gift.
Yeah, as a gift.
Token.
A bicycle. For all those things. Kabisa. For all that, the guy was jailed and dismissed. So you can see the seriousness. Now here,
you're jailed because of baiskeli.
Tickets
za Formula 1. Na golf clubs.
Na golf equipments. Vitu kidogo to trips. Nothing substantial compared to the billions.
Si tumepatiwa Mercedes Benz mpya, hujapatiwa mansion Runda.
Hakuna. Nothing substantial compared to what happens here.
Yeah.
But here, in fact, they even go in social media, wanatuonyesha tumbu openly, kutuonyesha ya kwamba hapa ndio niko, and they don't care. And you see, very clear this guy had nothing just a few years back.
For sure.
Now he's even showing hundreds of millions. He's showing, this expensive.
Kuna wale wanapimanga pesa na ratili.
Napima na ratili, but there's no accountability. That's the problem. And yet, when you look at the problems that are in the country, there are serious problems. People, do you know, my brother?
Yes.
According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 40% of Kenyans cannot afford the next meal. Now, World Bank has even come up with more,
severe
yes, they're saying it's 45%. People who are poor in Kenya.
Half the country.
That means that out of every 100 people, 45 are maskini. Now, that's not a good situation to be in. UNICEF has said that 2.5 million kids, as the report that was published in December 2025, 2.5 million kids between ages 6 and 13 out of school. I mean, if you look at, we are told that things are working. There's a research that was done the other day, is called by a team called the Center of Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa.
Yes.
They said that for these primary kids, the teachers who teach them, out of every 100 teachers, only 10 of them are qualified to teach them. Only 10.
To teach whatever subject
they're teaching those kids who are in pre-primary. So which means that 90 they are not skilled. They don't have the competencies. Now for the lower primary, now that is pre-primary. Now for the lower primary, only 22 out of every 100 are qualified. Now you see, that is very dangerous, because at the formative stage of education of kids, you're already you're already giving them very poor education, because the people who are teaching them have no skills. What is the foundation that you're setting for them?
And we actually saw the results of that last week. If you've been following the news, where we're told about 30% Was it 30 or 70%?
Yeah.
But a very huge, like a significant percentage
Yes.
of the students right now in grade, I think grade 6.
Yes.
Cannot do or read what grade 3 are doing.
Yeah, actually, let me tell you what the statistics was. It was this, they are called the Usawa agenda. They're the ones who give that statistic that you're referring to.
Yes.
What they were saying is that if you look at a child who is now in grade 6, majority of them cannot be able to comprehend, they cannot read the literacy and numeracy of kids who are in grade 3.
Imagine.
Now, those statistics are supported now by what this center has said about now the skills of the teachers who are teaching them.
Yes.
Now remember, these are the kids who in future you expect them to become doctors, to become engineers, to
pilots.
Pilots and
every
all
other
that.
profession.
So that means that the quality of life.
These are the guys
of Kenya
who are going to become lawyers.
Yes.
Defend me.
Kabisa.
In court.
In fact, they'll also be judges and magistrates.
See, I'm cooked.
So you are cooked. Na kama ni daktari, atakuacha na kisu kwa tumbo.
Actually, yesterday we were reading about Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
Yeah.
Ati 1 out of every 7 patients gets an infection after surgery.
Yes.
So if this is after, na tumekuwa ni madaktari walisoma 844, nurses were 844.
It is the quality of our education. And you see now, the sad thing is that you hear the government saying, we've employed hundreds of thousands of teachers. We've done what and all, but they are not looking at the quality. How are you doing it? What are the processes? But you see, if you look at everything, if you can actually connect all these things again back to the bad politics.
Okay.
I saw the speaker of this is Moses Wetangula,
National Assembly,
where you're saying, and he's saying in public that mimi napeleka wabunge kwenda kupatia kila mtu barua 10 za Teacher Service Commission, alafu sijui wanauza and all that. He's saying it, and you see, Teacher Service Commission is independent. It's supposed to follow a process when they are recruiting those teachers. Now, what he is saying is that ni kupatia mtu barua uko kwa kisiasa. Alafu yo mbunge anachukua hizo mabarua anaenda anapatia mtu. You know, he'll now give his supporters. So he'll give his supporters who are not necessarily qualified.
Yeah.
They are not qualified. So that means then that the end product that we end up getting is very poor. So we are not, you know, education at the end of the day is the foundation of any country. If you get it wrong with education, you are destroying a country.
You are actually setting a very bad foundation.
A very bad foundation. It means then that whatever you are building at some point in time will collapse.
So that we get back to the party.
Boils back to the political parties.
Yeah. So that we get and as we do that, you know, I was thinking of this whole issue of you know, the way we have. We right now should be laying the foundation for the future scientists, future innovation. We are the guys who are now supposed to be sorting out future inventions, coming up with solutions for our country, so that we can stop relying on South Korea, relying on China, relying on Japan, especially for technology. Stop relying on the US and the UK. If we do not nurture those people right now that are going to do that innovation in another 20 years, again, I repeat, we are cooked.
We are cooked. Actually, we are cooked. We are really cooked. And that's why we are saying that we must get it right with the party politics.
Yeah.
You see what happens with the party politics, my brother, is that the way it is set up, a lot of these parties are set up primarily just to participate in the election, then they fold back. They fold up after getting to power.
Yes.
It is not that they are doing it, you know, for the long haul. And a good party should be able to be set up in a way that there are value systems. You can see that this the core purpose for which that party exists. There's a clear vision. There's a clear ideology. And then there's also not only a party code of conduct, but it's also enforced in terms of ensuring that there's discipline within the party.
Yes.
So that now that way, that is able to project also in terms of the quality of the leaders who are nurtured, the ones who are taken forth now to participate in the general elections, and to also keep them, their guardrails that protect how that party will operate beyond even the elections. If we don't nurture that kind of a discipline, then we'll keep creating all these briefcase parties that keep folding up, and they are set up just for purposes of just elections.
Yes.
Then there's no longevity in it.
Yeah.
Now, we have to ensure that those parties also sell the agenda to the public, but the public must also be ready to listen. Now, one of the things that I can tell you that I've seen in parties is that they are personal properties of individuals. Mtu anatembea na certificate kwa mfuko. Yeye ndiye anaamua nani atapata hiyo certificate, even for people who are, who are running for office. It depends on who is able to pay the money. You'll find that, for instance, a very good guy who can be effective, a future leader, who needs to be given an opportunity, but he doesn't have the money, will be denied that opportunity because another one is coming with a lot of money.
Yes.
He has the money, is able to fund the party, is able to speak to the party leader, he's given that certificate. And if it's a popular party, that guy will go through regardless of his terrible past. Somebody who was stolen, you know, somebody who has
no track record.
No track record. He can't, I mean, the only thing that he has done successfully is a stealing. But you find those people who are given those certificates, they get to political power. They are the ones who will be in parliament, and sometimes they live and influence very serious decisions that affect people's lives. So if you don't ensure that you have orderly parties that are able to give people opportunities, because they have something meaningful to contribute to the society, we'll keep getting it wrong. And that's now why I felt, on my part, that it is extremely important that we set up a party that will have good ideals, a party that is that is grounded. There's a core purpose, there are core values, and we're able to identify good leaders who necessarily don't have to have money. In fact, for me, I'm saying, if Mbuvi today comes, he's a guy who can contribute, he has a good track record. He has no money. We'll give him the certificate. Even if another guy comes and he has a lot of money and he's roguish, we will tell him, wenda utafute chama ingine. You're not going to be allowed in the Mongozumpia party.
Right.
Also women. Let me tell you something, because these are real stories. Women suffer a lot in politics. In politics, generally. You find young women who want to make a contribution in political space. But the way they're handled in those parties, unless you are, you become friends with somebody, some honchos, or unless you are willing now to also compromise on your integrity and all that, you're not given a chance. There's so much violence against them. In our party, we even have a specific clause that protects women. In terms of making sure that in our party, that kind of misconduct, that kind of behavior will not be tolerated. We want a party where somebody, if you feel that you can contribute, you can make meaningful contribution in the party, and you want to be in the political space. This is the vehicle that you can be able to use. We make sure that even vetting, for us, we are very clear that we will vet anybody. We would rather have 10 MPs or even one MC, it doesn't matter. But one who has been vetted properly,
and one who will make meaningful change in the position they're elected,
rather than making sure that you have just numbers for the sake of numbers, and then they are not properly vetted. Then we have all this bad behavior in parliament. Look at now, like 2024, during this finance bill. The blood that was spilled, should never have happened if only those members of parliament had listened.
But this is 100% parliament's fault. We can blame the police officers who shot. We can blame the people who went to the streets. But it was parliament that made
people said, we do not want this finance bill to be passed. And they said it. But these fellows just ignored. They couldn't listen. They are told. The young people are getting to the streets the first day, they are getting the second day, and these people are still standing,
adamant.
Ile kiburi tu, wanasema tutapitisha. Even talking down on them, even in fact, it's like it didn't matter. Now, did we have to lose so many kids? Did people have to die?
People got abducted.
People
died. People were maimed.
Yeah.
People got lost. There's people who today
hawajulikani kwenye wako. And these are our children. These are people's brothers. These are people's sisters. I mean, why do you have to do that? And yet the same fellows again now coming back and saying, sasa tuko hapa, tuko tayari pia turudishwe bunge. I mean, now you see that kind of kiburi where you can't even listen. All it needed is just for them to have a listening ear and say, wait a minute. The way these things are moving, let's take a step back. Let us review. Let us talk to each other. Let us look at why are people complaining. I know if they had just listened, hata ile tu kusikiza tu peke yake. Let me tell you, you didn't have to get there. Now, after all that, the president had to stand up and say that now we agree, we are not going on with that finance bill. Dissolve the cabinet. We are going to cut down. In fact, I remember that time, even the increase in recurrent expenditure, when back, there were these hundreds of billion they had increased, but they only increased by about 67 billion after cutting down on costs.
Right.
But do you know the most shocking thing? As soon as dust had settled,
yes,
they went back to their bad behaviors again.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, recently, if you look at the Treasury, National Treasury policy statement,
yes,
that they just released, the figure they released, the recurrent expenditure was increased now by 199 billion. I'm talking about now the water, communication, hospitality, travel, you know, these basics.
Yeah.
They increased by 199 billion. The biggest increase in recent years, which means that the Gen Z's protest did not matter in 2024. No, tumerudi tu pahali penye tulikuwa even worse.
So the lives we lost were in
vain. The
vain.
lives you lost is like it was in vain. Again, because these people don't listen. They just don't listen. I mean, to them, they are the lords.
Yeah.
We are the servants. Sasa sisi ndio watumwa wao. Now, you can't have that kind of leadership. And that's why I'm saying that at the end of the day, we must get it right.
At the political party level.
At the party level. We must get it right. Now, the other big problem is that you see most of these parties are formed based on tribes. In fact, you will hear leaders saying that mimi nataka kulock hii region yetu, unaona? And they say as if it's a very nice thing to say. You know, you can't have parties za ukabila. By the way, that's not the way to build a country.
True.
You cannot build a country that way. We must be able to be national. How I wish we could have a party, and I hope Mongozo Mpya party. And I'll fight to my last breath.
Yes.
To make sure that we are that party, where you can say that this party is not based on any, it's not, the strength is not derived from any particular tribe.
Okay.
Kama ni kuingia huko upande wa coast, iko na wafuasi wake. Kama ni kuingia huko upande wa northeastern, iko na wafuasi wake. Kama ni kuingia upande wa Mount Kenya, wafuasi wake. Kama ni huko upande wa Rift Valley, iko na wafuasi. I mean, pembe zote. Kama ni western, we are a party that you can say it's not a party that belongs to any particular community.
Yes.
That you're looking for a national outlook, where you're looking at all the diversity bit of it. So if we do that, we'll keep people united. Because the problem with when you form a party that is founded on tribal lines, when it takes over power, then it means then that the leadership starts now giving preference to the tribe. That's why you keep hearing these complaints that kabila fulani ndio inapendelewa kuliko kabila zingine. Yet it is so easy just to be fair to everybody. But my brother, I've never been able to understand what is difficult with us being fair to everybody. What is difficult?
My question actually is, and you've asked me, and I'll again answer it with another question. Do you think Kenyans really, when you speak to Kenyans by the way, on a personal level, like nikiongea na Njeru saizi vile tunaongea, you're making 100% sense. And even to me, I'm like, this is what the kind of politics we need in the country. But now when you sit down again with the other Kenyans, uwaselie this same ideology, you know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you, why don't you do this, but in this particular party? It's like we have locked our brains, and we have decided in my region, for example, me natoka Ukambani, you'll find that majority of the folks there are wiper guys.
That's true.
So even if you bring a good leader, but on a different party, they'll tell you, imagine movie you're good, lakini sasa hii muongozo kidogo, mbona usiingie wiper? And I'm like, already wiper kumejazana huko hivyo. In this particular area, already we have 17 of you who want that same seat. Me, I am on this particular seat, and I want to go through this particular party. Unfortunately, we have to interweave the party and the person to mean the same thing.
You are right. That's the way our minds have been conditioned. It doesn't mean it's right, and that's why you have to fight to change that. The way I look at it is that it doesn't matter how long it will take. You have to start from somewhere. I would rather walk that Lone Ranger road, if that is the right road, rather than following a road that is full of so many people, but it's a road to nowhere. I would rather do that because, one has to stand for something. Honestly, one has to stand for something.
Very true.
I am telling you, my brother, even if it means losing, I would rather lose. Rather than, the way I always say is that there's no point of compromising who you are just because you want to attain political power. It's worthless because why attain that political power and then you lose yourself. You know, where you find that you can't even recognize yourself anymore.
Yeah.
I will never be party to a situation whereby you are unfair to somebody else because of their tribe. I will never be party to it myself. I wouldn't. You know, because even at a family level, my spouse is of a different tribe. So how am I going to explain to my children?
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. Let me tell you, I believe that it is possible to change that narrative, that you have to have parties that belong to certain regions.
Yeah.
I do not entirely blame our population for thinking the way they behave, the way they think. Because we've had leaders who actually, once they are sent to power, they start favoring their tribes. The same things that they were condemning when they were fighting for power, they come and start doing the same exact thing.
Yes.
You know, it's like they didn't mean it. We have leaders who say all the nice things because they want to ascend to power. Once they are there, their true colors start projecting.
Yes.
So until such time we have somebody who, whatever they say, they come and actually start implementing it, who is fair to everybody, who will ensure that even when it comes to the resources are distributed to every part of the country fairly.
Yes.
To everybody, regardless of where somebody comes from. And to me, by the way, even as a leader, the only way you can be able to have peace,
yes,
is if your population is at peace. In fact, I keep telling people that if you kama wewe mwenyewe unataka kuwa tajiri peke yako, you want things to work for yourself alone, you'll not be at peace. Let me tell you, problems will find you where you are. Let me give you an example of, say, like a public health.
Yes.
You and I, Mbuvi, probably have a medical insurance, and you may say that you're okay because you have a medical insurance. Uko hapa Nairobi, you can have access to a good hospital.
Yeah.
Just envisage a situation whereby you are out, you've gone uko Bundu, uko outside town.
Yes.
And God forbid, one is involved in an accident. And the nearest hospital is a hospital whereby it is not of the same quality as a hospital in Nairobi. Where even your medical insurance cannot be able to help you. Do you know just a cut where you bleed can make somebody lose their life? I was giving people a story of a lady called Dr. Sandra, who was coming from they rolled in a car in a place called Archer's Post.
Okay.
You know, she was a doctor in Isiolo. There's a doctor. There are 3 in a car. They roll. She gets a cut.
Yes.
She has to be rushed to hospital to go and be stitched. There's no oxygen, to be undertaken a surgery. There's no oxygen. The ambulance that is brought, it doesn't have fuel. By the time they go to some hospital called, in Kikerua, in the side of Meru, she has bled and bled. It's 3-4 hours later, she dies. Now you see, a hospital in Nairobi would not have been able to help her. The hospital in Isiolo would have been able to help her if it was properly equipped.
Yes.
It had everything that is required. So sometimes we think, even the politicians think, that they are safe. None of us will be safe if we don't resolve the issues that affect the country so that we are all safe. It is in our interest for all of us to be safe.
This is what I think happens to people when they get to power.
Yeah.
Okay. Before, when I was just in Campo, would hire a vehicle, maybe say a Noah or a Voxy, because we were traveling to Eldoret or Mombasa or wherever we would go. So would hire a vehicle together. So kila mtu anachanga, huwa anatoa 5,000 pesa inatosha, tunachukua gari. But you see now, problem ni moja. You've carpooled with about 7 people, right?
Yes.
You know, everyone will tell you what they want done. Simama hapa to fuel. Mwingine anasema hapana, simama hapa hivi tununue beverages. Mwingine anasema tusimama place fulani ya nyama choma. Mwingine anasema hapana, hataki nyama choma, tunataka pizza. Mwingine anasema hapana, tuchukueni chips. The pizza ni expensive. So by the time you all 7 agree on what to do, you see, if it were my car, I'll tell you guys, mimi ninawapeleka kwa nyama choma, mtakula nyama choma, na kutoka hapo tuna fuel kwa petrol station fulani, and from there tunaenda straight. When you wanataka kujisaidia, tutasimama Kikopei, mujisaidie, and from there no more stopping. The problem with our politics is because we have taken this vehicle, many of us, everyone is a shareholder, as it is said in politics. Everyone is a shareholder, so you guys can't agree because everyone feels entitled. And I feel sometimes the president or the ministers or the governors compromise themselves in that way. Watu wengi wamekusaidia kufika pale mbele, sasa lazima usikize kila mtu. Kuna mwenye anataka pizza, kuna mwenye anataka chipo, kuna mwenye anataka soda, kuna mwenye anataka pombe. Utasikiza nani uache nani?
Mimi nitakupa jibu. That's why there has to be a leader.
Yes.
the leader must be a visionary. You see, at the end of the day, like now Mongozo Mpya,
Yes.
I'm the founder, party leader. I'm the vision carrier.
Yes.
That does not mean, but I must also remember that even if I have a vision and I'm vision carrier, I can't be able to implement that vision alone. I need people.
Partners.
So I must be able to also ensure that I bring people who are like-minded. That's where the issues of values come in. If you keep picking every Tom, Dick and Harry, people
Yes.
that you do not align in terms of vision, in terms of the values, therein lies the problem. That's the situation that you've just analyzed now.
Kila mtu anataka kusimama kila mahali.
Kitu. Unaoka kila mtu even hata wakati unatembea mnaenda hiyo trip campo, you must also bring people who are like-minded. Usilete unaleta kila mtu. Kuna mwingine ni mtu wa mawe, mwingine ni mtu wa makelele, mwingine tu, so
kuna pasta hapo.
Unaona, hamtafika. That's why I talked about even vetting people. Make sure that you're like-minded.
Yes.
Usichukue tu watu just because for the sake of ati ndio mjaze tu. The problem is hata hizo political parties, hata wale wenye wanaongoza, hata wenyewe wanajua what is the objective.
Yes.
The objective is to acquire power and make money. It's not about service to the people. We must always question what are the primary reason why people want to get to power. In my own understanding, my own assessment, there are two primary reasons. Number one, a lot of people will tell you that they want to acquire power so that they can go and help the country. It is not true. It is so that they can acquire power with the sole objective of making money, to acquire wealth and reach themselves. So the power, the politics, it is just a staircase that they are using to climb, but the destination is money. Hiyo tu ndio wanataka. That's why you find somebody getting to power, the first thing anafanya, even the laws that they pass, now every policy that they pass is done that is geared towards making sure they are able to trade with the government, to acquire money, to acquire as much as possible.
Yes.
Unaona, hiyo ndio objective, si wananchi.
So someone gets in there, anakuwa supplier wa kila tender.
Kila kitu, hata ana compete na kila mtu. In fact, they drive out everybody. They drive away all the competition. They steal. Akile Kenya becomes now their business.
Right.
That is objective number one for many people. The other one is self-actualization. Amefanya kila kitu, sasa ile kitu ambayo imebaki ni kuanza kuitwa mheshimiwa, akiingia mjua amefika, akona mabodyguard to project power. It's just self-actualization.
Atembea na gari kona sirens.
I'm telling you. And I've seen it. By the way, let me tell you, and I think my brother.
Yes.
Because I've been in these positions and I've related with a lot of people when they get to public space.
Yes.
A lot of people, when they get to this public space and they have these big titles and all that, you find somebody, once they get there, you can't even recognize them anymore. Mtu anabadilika. Akishapata hiyo gari ya GK, nao mabodyguards na kila kitu, and those packs na kila kitu is a wrap. So, those people are not interested in service. It is not about being able to come to power so that I can attain certain objectives so I can make impact on people's lives. Where it's about legacy, that I can always be remembered as this person who came to power and was able to improve people's lives by this percentage, that I was able to make this impact. I was able to make sure that very many young people were able to become people of substance.
Yes.
That their lives were improved,
changed. Yes.
That they were changed completely. I was able to improve, say for example, I was able to make an impact in the mass public transport system. I was able to uplift so many businesses. I was able to ensure that healthcare worked. That people can always remember me as this person who changed completely how the security apparatus work in the country.
Yes.
They don't care about those things. Ni kujisaidia tu ya kivyake. There's no vision. There's no intention to execute anything. Now, it is upon us as a people to start having serious discussions where we are scanning, kuweka kila mtu kwa ratili, kuangalia kabisa these leaders, what is the true intention. Now, how do you determine that? By looking at somebody's track record. You must look at somebody's track record.
I hear of countries such as Norway, whereby healthcare is free.
Yeah. And it works.
And it works. Si ati ni healthcare free, ile madhogodhanio. It is actually proper, high quality, not just quality, but high quality healthcare. Education. And I ask myself, how?
You see, it's the value system in a country like that. The value system, you see, some of those countries, even stealing one could not even imagine that it is possible to steal
Yes.
Public resources. Then people will think about making an impact where you care about your neighbor, you care about the next person. You're not just thinking about yourself, where, that you just want to progress, you want to leave everybody else behind. These are people who think about a government that works for all. You see, unless and until we have a government that works for everyone, we cannot progress. It has to be a government that actually works for everyone, where you're talking about prosperity for all. That's the only way you can have a peaceful country.
Yes.
That you can have a happy, where you're talking about the quality of life for the citizens. So that is not just about doing things for the sake of doing it.
Yes.
The ultimate objective at all time is, how is it impacting people's lives? How are you ensuring that there's quality of life for people? Now, like when it comes to public transport system, my brother, I don't know whether you get annoyed. For me, every time when I'm driving and I look at people and I see how people are suffering in these borders, you find a lady or a man holding this person. They're almost falling because of the way this border is being driven. Sometimes it's raining, they are being rained on, but they have to reach their destination very quickly, so they have to use that border.
Yes.
I get depressed. I look at people now when we are stuck or in traffic, the man hours that are lost. I mean, we have a very poor mass public transport system. Actually, it doesn't work. The transport system here does not work. And do you know, if government could have just focused on that and make sure that it works, even in terms of cutting the commuter time. Imagine the man hours that would save, the productivity even in the economy.
Kwanza kwa man hours.
Can you imagine, like, if we had efficient railway transport system that is connecting all the major towns in Kenya? Unamaliza hapa generation, unasema huko na kitu ambao unataka kufanya Nanyuki, ama unataka kukimbia Nakuru. Unaingia kwa train that is functional, is in time. Unaingia na laptop yako, so unaendelea na kazi.
As I'm traveling,
as you are within 1.5 hours umefika na unamaliza ile kitu unafanya. Unafanya mikutano yako, unaingia pia kwa train, unarudi.
Yes.
Can you imagine in terms of the productivity and the impact of that even to our economy?
That would be awesome.
Also, you don't even have to live in Nairobi. Unasema wewe utaishi huko kwenyu huko Machakos, au Kitui, wherever you come from, hata kama ni Makueni, unatoka na train na ingia hapo, unafanya kazi yako, unarudi. You don't even need this vitu za at affordable housing.
You're right, because you see, there's a place called Chongqing huko China. Those bullet trains that travel at 300 kilometers an hour. Imagine you can live as far as Turkana, assuming, because Turkana and Nairobi is like what, about 700 plus kilometers. You can live in Turkana and be here in the morning at 5 o'clock kawaida. Now ulitoka Turkana maybe 4:30 latest. You're here by 6 a.m. You do your business, and jioni by 6 or by 5 you take that same train, and by 7 you uko nyumbani unakula sapa watching news with your children.
In fact, hata tusipoangalia China, because China is too big, hata hitaji hata hizo bullet train. Hata tukiwa tuna train mzuri that is traveling at a reasonable speed, electric train.
Right.
Unaona tu, because it's possible to do it. Unajua shida ile ambayo tuko naye, we do very expensive projects. Again, because of corruption. Utakuta ya kwamba the railway line ile ambayo ilajengwa kutoka Mombasa kufika huko Malaba ina cost about 10 times. The same amount could have been used to actually connect all the major towns if only there could have been good governance. There's no corruption, there's transparency in our processes. And I'll tell you, like, I was speaking in a citizen interview not so long ago. And I gave an example. I used to be in the Kenya Airports Authority in the board between 2009 and 2012.
Okay.
You will normally see this Terminal 1A, the one that is used by Kenya Airways. And it's a reasonably good terminal. That one plus those that multi-story parking, the one ile hiyo ya gorofa, plus the parking that are outside.
Yes.
That project was done when I was in the board. It only cost 4.8 billion shillings. Juzi nimeona another project imekuwa signed for 154 billion. To me, I do not know, of course, the details of what they are doing. They talked about terminals, about innovations, and all that. Honestly, it can't be 154 billion.
Hata
tukiongeza namna gani hata inflation na kila kitu. That whatever it is
definitely not estimate, it can't cost 154.
It can't be 154 billion. So we do very expensive projects when you could have done a reasonably good project at a lower cost and spread our resources into other areas where there could be impact in the economy.
I was told it is through these construction projects that we steal this money.
Yes.
That is when Simiti 500, well, Simiti ni how much? I'm assuming it's about 800. But Simiti 800 inakuwa 3,000. Chuma ya 1,000 inakuwa 10,000.
If you compare even the cost of projects that are done in Ethiopia, because one thing that you must credit Ethiopians is that those guys, when it comes to transparency and good governance, ile mambo ya wizi hao watu hawana unless wamebadilika sasa. Because I remember even at one time we went to do some benchmarking on the airport, Bole Airport, which they had done. And in fact, that's when that informed even our thinking, even when we were coming up with that terminal. You find that a project, they've done a very good project at a very reasonable cost. Is done in time, there's no escalation, no revisions, nothing. Hapa ni kila kitu inakaa kama inabadilika because kila mtu ni nini, pesa tu, pesa. People don't think about the bigger picture.
Someone realizes, there's a new Mercedes. I need to buy that new Mercedes. Your Simiti, let's inflate it by 10, I need that Mercedes by Monday.
So, if we were to prioritize the projects that could make impact on the economy, things that can affect many people. I used an example even of Nairobi Express, ukiniuliza.
Yes.
That project was misguided. Mimi ukaniuliza.
The expressway now.
I'm not saying that it would serve no value at all, but it was not a priority.
Okay.
The same amount under whatever condition, even if you're going to say you're talking about a public-private partnership, whatever it is,
PPP.
whatever formula they used, if that could have been used in creating the mass public transport system, where the same amount, the 80 billion shillings, uishike useme ya kwamba tutatengeneza reli kutoka kwa upande wa Ruai, ingine itoke kwa upande wa Ngong, ingine itoke kwa upande wa Lua huko Udhiru, ingine itoke kwa upande wa Mulolongo, ingine kutoka kwa upande wa Thika. You know, you are ferrying so many people at the same time. In terms of commuter time, you are cutting it down. So you're increasing productivity, as I was saying. Utakuwa umesaidia watu wengi sana kuliko kusaidia watu wachache ambao wanatumia your expressway. One, from Westlands, many times when I'm traveling from Westlands side going to the airport, unalipa shilingi 500. Kurudi another 500. That's 1,000 bob. How many people can afford that? When you're on that expressway, ukiangalia huko chini unakuta magari mingi zimekwamana huko kwa jam. Na watu wengine huko kwa mabus na kila kitu. Just a few vehicles ambao zinafanya nini?
Expressway.
So effectively, a project like that was created for the elites. Ni elites ambao wanakaa kwa boardroom wakiwa na cigar na saa ingine wakikunywa zile ile vitu mzuri
single malt whiskey.
Unaona, single malt. Wameketi mahali wanasema wanatengeneza project. Unaona? Alafu they sell that project. But again, if you look at it, I'm sure there was also money that was made. So we make projects that have no big impact on people's lives. How I wish that we could refocus on where we can make impact to majority of the people. So that ultimately when you're coming up now with some of those other projects like Expressway, it's now coming at the tail end, but not the one that is being a priority. Again, it boils down to vision. You must have visionary leaders, people who are able to look beyond, to project and say that our population is at this stage, this is where I want to take them, and this is the way I'm going to take them.
Yes.
Take an example now again of the young people. When you look at our 2019 census, it shows you that 75% of our population is below 35 years.
Yes, it does.
Below 35 years is 75%. What plans? You see, the country, our leaders should have been able to sit down and project and say, these young people, considering the fact that the 75% of the population is below 35, we must be able to build the country in a way that we're able to provide opportunities for them. Because if you don't do that, you'll have a very large youthful population that has no opportunities. That's a recipe for chaos.
We're already seeing the chaos.
It is the reason why you find that they are readily available to become goons, because they have no other opportunity. By the way, many of them, I cannot blame them. It is not a good thing.
Yes.
But you cannot blame them because they have to eat. They are hungry. They have no opportunities. Sasa akikuja ambiwa kwamba atapatiwa shilingi 500 aende akafanya ile kitu ambayo anafanya, they are looking at least the next meal on the table ambayo hana. Unaona? But if you create opportunities for these people, and that's why you find that even, do you know, let me tell you, my brother Mbuvi, when you see very many people readily available for a public rally on a working day,
yes,
politicians enjoy that. but it should actually be very sad. Because wewe kama uko na kazi ya kufanya
utakuja
rally. You think utapatikana ati uende ukasikiza mtu ati kwa rally on a working day?
My friend, I'll be doing my business.
You'll be doing your business. We should actually be very worried that on a weekday mtu akiita public rally watu maelfu na maelfu they show up. Wanajitokeza. That is something that you should be worried about as a country. It means that people are not, there are no opportunities for people to be engaged meaningfully so that they can be able to contribute to the economy. Yeah. That should be worrisome. And again, because I like looking at statistics.
Okay.
If you look at the ILO model, which has been used extensively also by World Bank and even our government uses it, it will show you that 88% of our young people are actually in informal jobs, very informal.
Yes, jua kali.
Zile hata sio jua kali ni zile ambazo he is available for any construction job, you know, aingia hapo kwa construction site abebe vitu.
Yes.
Ako available say like kwenda hapo kuosha magari.
Ako available kutoa vitu marikiti.
Kutoka hapo marikiti afanye akuje nini. I know those are very insecure, low quality, low paying jobs.
Yes.
Anataka tu just to survive. So even sometimes when you are told that ati vijana wako kwa kazi, 88% of them are actually in very insecure, informal, low quality, low paying jobs. So these kids cannot plan for the future. Remember, these are people who should otherwise be planning how to have a family tomorrow.
Yes.
How to create an opportunity for them. And remember their productive years, ile miaka sasa ile ambayo unasema ni productive.
Niyo youth.
Ukiwa youth.
Yeah.
Now the moment you're no longer youth, sasa inatakana saa kuna kazi ambazo huwezi kufanya, sasa umeanza kuwa mzee. So you've wasted all their productive years in these low quality informal jobs. So where is the future for them?
But then you're right, because not many of them are able. I mean, some will do, if the clever ones will save, probably do some investments here and there. But the vast majority will not have a pension.
They will not have it.
By the time they get to their 40s and then now their 50s, when they can no longer, lift those heavy boulders and kusukuma the heavy mkokotenis, that person might actually end up dying younger than someone who lived in a good job like you and I.
Yeah, exactly. And you see now, I blame entirely our policymakers, our leaders, because they don't plan for them. They are busy amassing for themselves. They are busy creating opportunities for themselves and their families. They forget about the larger obligation of creating opportunities also for the people that they lead, because that's why they are leaders.
Wakili, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. We are literally out of time.
But
I'll allow you closing remarks, perhaps even in regards to Mwongozo Mpya Party and, of course, the future of our politics.
What I would say to our people of Kenya is that we must remember that whenever every 5 years we elect bad leaders in the hope that we'll be angry and remove them after 5 years, they must always remember this, that the 5 years that you are wasted for by your leaders, a child will drop out of school. They'll never recover because of that bad leadership. Somebody will die because of lacking medicine.
Yes.
They'll never resurrect. There's somebody whose business will have collapsed. They actually become depressed. Their lives are completely destroyed. That person will never recover. It's extremely important to make sure that we elect good leaders, not bad leaders so that we can replace them with another set of bad leaders. Why don't we remove bad leaders and elect good leaders ones. Because we can do both at the same time.
All right.
It's upon them in 2027 to do the right thing.
How can we get in touch with Mwongozo Party for those who are interested in vying for various
We
positions?
have a website. Just go to, the website is there. Mwongozo Mpya Party. You'll get all the information regarding the party.
Okay.
And I encourage, everyone to join. This is the party for the present and the future.
Are you running for president?
I will run. I'll be able to announce my position
when the time is right.
When the time is right.
Okay.
That will come. We'll have a lot of leaders also that should be bringing across, whether in members of parliament, whether it's the Senate, woman representative will be there. What I can tell them, nitakuwa hapo.
Utakuwa pale.
Nitakuwa pale.
Ukiongoza wale wengine.
Nikiongoza wale wengine.
Kwa Kenya mpya.
Asante sana, my brother. And God bless you.
God bless you
God
too.
bless Kenya.
All right. Folks, don't go too far. We're getting into the news. Then when we return, we shall be hosting Veronica Maina. She is a nominated senator. The conversation is still on matters politics, realignment, delivery, on the road to 2027.
Asante, my brother.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man accused of killing a farm worker in Embu County has been charged with murder. Josephat Kamencho is accused of hacking Lawrence Muriuki Njiru to death and burying his body on a farm in Gishaverere village. Kamencho denied the charge before Embu law courts and alleged he was assaulted while in police custody. The court ordered him to undergo a medical examination and set the case for mention on September 29th. Government spokesperson Charles Owino has warned that misinformation and disinformation could threaten Kenya's peace, security and democracy ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking in Nairobi, Owino urged the media, government and public to work together to verify political claims using facts and data. He said decision based on false information pose a major threat to the country's democracy and stability.
As a country, we are sitting on a time bomb following the rise of misinformation, disinformation, and basically false information. Why do I say so? Social media has grown and smartphones are available as far as village levels. The greatest threat to our democracy, peace, and security shall originate from people making decisions based on false information, misinformation, disinformation, and fake news.
The government is urging Kenyans to prepare early for the October, November, December short rains, with the focus showing above average rainfall across about 3/4 of the country. Officials say the rains could benefit agriculture, water supplies and pasture, but warn of possible floods, landslides and other weather-related hazards.
Let's use the climate information and the lessons from each season to strengthen adaptation, climate risk management and sustainable development planning.
Kenya Meteorological Service Authority have indicated as of today, 26th of August, that the indicators for El Nino rains are very active, positive 2.7. 98% chance and 96% chance of a very strong El Nino. So government is not sleeping on it. We are working to make sure that we prepare early and save on cost, save on livelihoods as we wait for the rains.
Members of Parliament have denied allegations that they receive and sell Teachers Service Commission's employment letters to job seekers. The claims were made by National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, who alleged that some lawmakers receive appointment letters from State House and sell them for as much as 400,000 Kenya shillings. The MPs have challenged the Speaker to provide evidence to support the allegations. Here's Ruaraka MP TJ Kajwang.
If I can get a letter today to take to Ruaraka, I would just be glad. They would be happy. They would vote me in. So if you thought that had a negative connotation, please disabuse it right now. If it worked that somebody gave me a letter on the road and I take to Ruaraka, my people would be so glad. In fact, I'm looking for those letters. I want to know where they are. Right now, I am told that TSE is recruiting. I am still looking for those letters. I want to know where they are and so that I can take them to Ruaraka. As to whether Speaker Wetangula went out there and said what he said, we will wait for him on the floor.
2 workers at Frankfurt Airport in Germany have died from malaria following a rare outbreak that infected 6 employees. German public health officials believe infected mosquitoes may have arrived at the airport on a plane, with the outbreak first detected in July. Authorities say investigations are ongoing, while the airport operator has confirmed the deaths. Traps have been installed at the airport and mosquitoes captured will be analyzed in a laboratory to determine their species and origin. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kylian Mbappe scored a hat-trick as Jose Mourinho enjoyed a winning return to the Santiago Bernabeu, with Real Madrid beating Real Sociedad in the La Liga. Mbappe struck 3 times while Jude Bellingham provided 2 assists and set up Vinicius Jr. for another goal. The victory follows Madrid's 2-1 win over Espanyol at the weekend, giving Mourinho a perfect start to his second spell at Los Blancos. UEFA will press on with its attempt to remove Gianni Infantino as FIFA president despite withdrawing the threat to boycott competitions. The 55 member associations plus Europe's member on the FIFA Council will today be presented with a letter which guarantees the FIFA Forward Enterprise Plan will not be revived. The official removal of the boycott will be confirmed at UEFA's Executive Committee meeting in Monaco. That will satisfy UEFA's demands and mean the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup can go ahead next week in Poland with 6 European teams. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi. I told you Siti Muga is away today, but he'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. But so far, I can see the love that you guys are sharing on our social media space and, of course, on our YouTube channel as well. Shukran sana. I see Mbogwa, Robert Mbogo, kunaye daughter of Africa. Kuna David Muteru, yes. And then there is Thomas Solo as well. Na kuna wale wengine nilikuwa nishasalimia hapo awali. Keep on sending your messages and your comments and questions. We shall definitely deal with them as we go forward. Right now, though, like I told you, in studio, we want to talk about the political realignments as far as next year is concerned and the delivery of the same political dispensation and the road towards 2027. With me in studio is the is a nominated senator, Honorable Veronica Maina Mhesh. Good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Nice to have you here. Yeah.
Thank you. I haven't been here. It looks like a very beautiful studio.
It is.
You have done a fantastic job. I love your colors. I mean, from the entrance.
Yes.
I love the purple and the pink. It's lovely.
Shukran.
It's good to see the radios coming in.
Yes.
And happy also that the radios are being managed by young people.
Asante
Gen
sana.
Z, like my son now.
Mimi millennial, but hapo nje umeona ma Gen Z wengi hapo.
Nimeona quite a number of Gen Zs. Nimeona quite a number of Gen Zs. So it's good to see an industry that is taking in young people to run the show. Because young people have great minds. Can take us to the next level.
Yes.
We'll understand AI better than we understand AI. So they can help us navigate the new technology.
Yes.
We are moving into the tech world. Can you imagine if my grandfather woke up today?
Yes.
Who died in the early 70s and saw the world that is Kenya today.
Yes.
He would be wondering, where are we?
True.
It would look like what maybe they were shown 30, 40 years to come.
Yeah.
Like what I saw one day in Shenzhen in China.
Yes.
They showed us vehicles that will be driven in another 20. I think our countries might get them 20. I hope we get them sooner.
Yes.
The public transport that will be there in 20, 30 years. It looked like a cartoon world. It didn't look real.
Yes.
Because they're already there.
They already have them.
Yes. And the one of the things that shocked me very much was to see the museum they took us to, where they were like 40, 50 years ago.
Yes.
That museum is what maybe our river road would look like today.
No way.
Imagine.
No
so you know
way.
the sewing machines we use, because my mom was a tailor before she retired. Now she can stitch. The sewing machine I find in her shop even today was in the museum in Shenzhen
Wanasema
being
50
shown.
years.
Hii ni ile tulikuwa tunatumia 50 years ago. Now they've put it in a museum and it looks so nice. Instantly I got an idea. I almost said, hey, I should go to my mother's house and collect items for museum. Maybe in days to come, that sewing machine will be.
In 50 years, you shall have your own museum.
Yes, so now, not even in 50 years, even today, if we move just a little faster,
Yes.
it means we can actually start putting some of those pieces into a beautiful museum. Now, while I'm on that question of museum, counties must be very, very serious about setting up a kind of a museum within their counties. Like Murang'a now.
Yes.
Look at what is special. What artifacts do we have?
Right.
What are those items that have been collected over the years? Preserve them. Make something that leaves a legacy for you as a governor.
Yes.
Because all the trips you have gone out there, all the trips have gone out there, must bring something back to the county and give a value add.
Very true.
Because if you open up that museum, number one, you attract tourists to come and see those museums, and you can already sell and package yourself as a county.
Right.
So let counties look into the issues of the museums with a very strict eye.
Yes.
And libraries.
Right.
But I was only saying this as an introduction to say I'm happy to find young people working within the studio and the
Thank you so
sector
much.
for media communication.
No, thank you so much. If I may just point out, I like your dress. Hii rangi na karibia hii yetu ya iko hapa kwa studio. Ni kama ulikuwa unajua mahali unakuja.
Hata sikujua, it's just a coincidence. Unajua mimi ni mtu wa Mungu. So I can catch the vibe.
Royalty,
I can catch the vibe before I get there.
Karibu
so
sana.
thank you for the compliment.
Let me just get straight into this conversation about politics na sana ya Murima. You are on a list somewhere ikasemekana. I think even Honorable Rigathi Gachagua at one point told people not to vote for you. Why would anyone tell people not to vote for you?
I think it was a very big mistake to even do that. He didn't understand my ranking within Murang'a County. Watu wa Murang'a wananipenda sana. Tena wananiheshimu because they know the part I have played in this republic, in democratizing our nation. On 2 occasions, I have been the Secretary General of Jubilee Party. Actually, 3 occasions. Secretary General of Jubilee Alliance Party.
Yes.
Which merged into Jubilee Party. It merged TNA and URP. And I built a strong legacy of good governance, a strong legacy of party tickets being given free of corruption, setting systems that would then democratize the whole unit. We built a very strong legacy and a very strong party that propelled the former President Uhuru Kenyatta into presidency.
Right.
That was my legacy number 1. It was my first stint in politics. And I did the best. And you know, one of the things that inspires me, my principles, is the fact that I'm a believer.
Yes.
So I believe in equality because God created us all free and equal. And it's also pronounced in the Constitution. I'm a lawyer also with a master's degree from University of London.
Good.
And a number of diplomas from San Remo, Italy, from Canada, lately from China, from Kenya School of Law.
Right.
So because of my background and my training and the fact that I was a child raised in the village who only got to be equalized because of education, I'm a person who strongly believes that if you level the playing ground for everyone, even the children who are born in the village, the ones who are born in the slums, the ones who are born in the cities in good homes, like our homes, if you level the playing ground for everyone, education will equalize and bring a citizenry that is very well informed, which can articulate, which can propel development, and where people can actually specialize into areas. Like when we see the youth specializing in tech, they come back to us with products which are very good, like the fintech. They come back to us with products in sports and development. They come back to us with the agri-tech. And even give us very good entrepreneurial skills, even without having to walk into offices. And that's the new world. So I believe in that. So what Rigathi Gachagua did not know is that Murang'a treasures its own people and treasures its women leaders. So what he did, I don't know if he was put under pressure by the candidates who are vying for the positions I'm interested in also.
In his party.
In Murang'a. So he took a list of women leaders and started one by one. He didn't have anything to say about me. So he said, munaona kuna mwanamke hapa, mama hapa anaitwa Veronica Maina. Anakuja hapa, pia alifuata wa mafosho kule Olkalao. Sijui wakaenda kufanya nini. Let me state with clarity.
Right.
Because I was also the Secretary General of UDA, and we have won many seats in this republic. And when I was Secretary General, UDA got the highest number of members of parliament and senators and governors, especially the parliamentarians who were sent to parliament.
Yes.
And I thank God for that. And I really want to thank the voters for the support they give us. And I pray that when the president has finished actualizing his manifesto, you who gave a vote to UDA will be proud. When we separate siasa with the real development track record, we look at the roads that are being done. We look at, say, Mau Mau roads which are being completed. We look at the number of markets in Murang'a, 25 markets. Markets that are spanning from Kiriaini, markets in Gakira, markets in Shiobu in Maragua, markets in Kandara. We have markets in Kandara. We have markets in Kigumo. We have Mudivi. We have one in Kangari. A huge ESP market. Smart markets.
Yes.
When we are done with the politics and we become fair and say separate politics and development, you will be able to tick and see, is this good enough or not good enough? Because that vote is the one that determines. So, coming back to the list that Rigathi Gachagua dealt with.
Of all these women, yes.
Of all these women, I want to say something.
Please do.
If you want to go and assist a candidate in Nakuru or a candidate in Malindi, Mombasa, Kwale, Makueni, Machakos, Meru, Murang'a, Kiambu.
Yes.
Nothing stops you. His people were there in Olkalao.
Okay.
Who was shouting that they were there? Being in Olkalao was not a sin. And we need to be very clear the kind and nature of politics that we are driving today. So that we don't drive a line of politics that we will regret in 2027.
Okay.
Let's allow politics of peace. One of the things I found at the UDA as a Secretary General, and which made the party very popular, was the fact that if we saw you trying to become aggressive, attempting to ascend to power using force, that we did not accept. Our organs were spot on and ready to deal with any tackle any candidate who was going the wrong way, because politics of violence, abuse, insults, denigrating and treating women like, what would I say, like crap, women leadership like crap, that is unacceptable.
Yes.
Hizo ni siasa zimepitwa na wakati.
Kweli.
Even among all candidates and all politicians and all leaders, we must learn to respect one another. I may not agree with you on your views, but we must learn to respect one another. So Murang'a people have no reason not to vote me.
Yes.
I am actually not alarmed because I have found people are very fair. Even today, I have a lot of support.
Yes.
There's a Mizani poll running in Murang'a County on a poll, which Mizani is running for who would you vote for, women representative.
Right. Which is the position you want?
Well, it's one of the propositions our people have told me they would want me to represent them.
Okay.
Some have also told me they would want me to represent them in Senate. You know, I'm still doing some job in Senate.
Yes, you are.
Which I believe I'm doing a good job. In the Speaker's panel. I have proposed a legislation on minimum guaranteed returns for farmers, so that small-scale farmers can be supported by the county governments when the crop fails or the market doesn't meet the price, the commodity price, or the production costs of what they are farming in their farms. I have proposed changes to Law of Succession Act to protect widows and the estates of widows. Initially, that got defeated because of putting in children born out of wedlock. But I've returned the amendment. Got defeated by one vote. I've returned the amendments with a bit of revisions,
Okay.
hoping that now it sees the light of day.
Right.
And I've also done a motion on road traffic accidents being declared as a national disaster, so that we focus more and reduce the number of fatalities on our roads.
Okay.
So I believe I'm strong in legislation, strong in leadership, having led even at the party level, and nothing stops. And there is nothing you could stand today and accuse Veronica Maina of having done.
Yes.
So that somebody comes to my county, decides hata heshimu mtu yeyote, hata heshimu mpiga kura, hata ni heshimu, aongee tu mambo yangu.
So
kwa nini? Na mimi situsi watu.
It was
na not just me. It was unprovoked. Even na kuitwa wasaliti. Like, I would want to respectively ask DCP, together with the party leader of DCP, the fact that some members of UDA have crossed to your party DCP, we have no right to call them wasaliti, and we are not calling them wasaliti. They have maybe exercised their right under Article 38. You equally have no right to call anyone msaliti. Msaliti, because why are you calling people wasaliti?
Traitor.
Wasaliti for what? Traitor for what? Don't use those terms. There is a way you can use terms that are demeaning, dehumanizing, causing lack of respect. And if we are to settle an environment that is healthy for politics, we must look at the language we are using. Because, let me tell you, when Rwanda fought, when there was genocide in Rwanda, it begins by the words that people are using, politicians are using. The insult you're hurling on communities.
Yes.
Let's stop those insults, especially when we are going to politics in 2027, because we do not want to heat up the political environment.
Very true.
Until when it's 2027, people cannot even say anything about anybody or cannot do politics in a healthy manner. And people start feeling that you have disrespected our leader, we are coming to fight for them. Let's stop that.
Yes.
And NCIC, please, you have to do more than you are doing. We have seen efforts because there is a bit of change in NCIC, but those efforts must show that you have teeth to bite.
Yes.
If someone goes off in the way they are addressing their fellow citizens or their fellow brothers and sisters,
Yes.
call them to order, give them penal sanctions, but do your due process. In the same way, let your due process be done. Don't politicize it. But we must all tone down. And I'm saying we tone down, both from the government side and from the opposition side.
Yes.
Kenyans, by the way, are very, very tired. Did you know Kenyans are very tired of leadership and politicians?
I am one of those Kenyans.
Don't get tired. Keep telling us what we need to do.
Right.
Then we can keep doing and helping one another to do the right thing.
Sure.
So I'm saying let's all tone down, respect one another. Let the people decide. They have the vote.
Yes.
Let the people decide. And then let's stop assuming, even as leaders,
Right.
that we are going to be the ones deciding for Kenyans what they want. Ati sasa a politician comes to Murang'a or Kiambu or Nyeri and says kura za watu wa Nyeri ziko hapa kwa hii kikapu. Mimi ndio ninatembea na hiyo kikapu. Because that would be like brokering people's votes. It's taking away the choice. It's supposed to be a free vote, free will in the way you vote. Let's stop having people who are brokering votes. And that's where we hear of sinajua vile wanaitwa kingping. Kingping, hiyo story ya kingping. Compared with the vote. By the way, we need to define who is a kingpin. What does a kingpin does? Kingpin ni abebe kura ndio aitwe kingpin, ama ni control gani anabeba akisema kingpin? Hiyo story ya kingpin wa Kenya wakatai. Ujue, when someone says I'm your kingpin, they're actually saying I'm the one controlling your vote, actually.
Dictator.
Because how do you become a kingpin if you don't have votes that you're saying, me, I have 20,000 votes from Murang'a or 400 votes from Murang'a. I'm the one determining. Why are 400,000 Kenyans allowing one person to say is their kingpin?
Okay.
Voters need to assert their authority and to say, I am the kingpin over my vote.
I guess Kenyans will prove that point at the ballot. But Meash Kunikona Swali, as a former SG of the UDA party, what do you think of the status? Last week, I think it was, or the week before that, we sat here with Deputy Speaker Gladys Boss-Shule.
Yes.
Na akasema she has intelligence that there is a mass exodus looming within the party. What are your thoughts on that, first of all? Do you believe there's an exodus of perhaps people leaving UDA going to different parties? Because already we have seen several people, akina Gigi Kagombe, akina Dide Nyoro, na wengine wenye nimesahau saizi, akina Irungu Kangata, the governor. Kuna watu already wameshatoka UDA. Are we expecting to see perhaps a mass exodus or even an exodus of sorts?
I think what we are seeing right now is the party hopping which happens when we near every general election, if you ask me. Because if you look at, let's leave aside UDA for a moment, and I'll answer you on the UDA. If you look at ODM, it has splinter groups right now.
Very true.
Linda Wananchi, kuna Linda Ground, Sidio. And there are others who tend to be thinking differently and moving towards a certain direction. Then when you come to UDA, in the mount, because of the entry of, say, DCP and the People's Party by Didi Nyoro, and different other parties, even Justin Muturi's
DP.
Yes.
Kuna
you
Jubilee
find,
watu wako.
and Jubilee, you find there is always a sort of a shake-up and a movement that happens around.
Yes.
And then there is what you call waves being built. You know, parties are quick to want to build waves. Like, for instance, now, the party of Didi Nyoro wants to build waves. And the more people you get, the more popular you become. So what parties you tend to do around this time is to interest aspirants, because aspirants come with people, because aspirants are the ones who are, or candidates, what you'd call candidates. And they're never candidates, by the way, before they are given the certificate to become a candidate.
Okay.
They are normally called aspirants.
All right.
Aspirants are the ones who will interest people to move towards a certain direction. Now, in Central, what happens is this. While in other regions, people can follow leaders, Central happens to be like the opposite. Leaders tend to follow the people. The people tend to move, and then leaders come running behind the people.
Okay.
So when you see a migration that is tending to follow where the crowds are, it's because the leaders don't want to be swept by that wave which parties create that then propel candidates to win elections. So you have movement that can't be denied. Yes. It's happening, but it's being more exaggerated on UDA. And then there is a lot of, I find as though there is also a lot of misinformation and disinformation. Because even when certain things are being done, a politician, you come and say, and that's what politicians do best.
Yes.
Hawajafanya kazi, angalia hii barabara. Like, for instance, there is no government that has managed, even the best, the one that is told this was the best president, our president, our former president,
President Uhuru Kenyatta,
Uhuru or Kibaki,
okay.
Our former presidents, none of them finished building all the roads at the same time, because even the one who will come in 27, and I hope our president William Ruto, people will favor him and grant him another chance, a second term. None of them finished everything they needed to do within the block of actually 10 years. You still have roads that were not completed. Because even in the homes we are living in, you have not finished all the projects you need in the span of your children's lifetime, or children's, even up to 30 years, 40 years. In our homes, we are still struggling with some of the projects we have dreamt of doing.
Very true.
Because you can't do everything at the same time. Because if you did that, you then have to ask yourself, where is my source of income? How am I funding this? And of course, infrastructure development is not an easy task.
I agree.
And the debt management and issues that have to be dealt with. So we always have to be realistic to ask ourselves, are we seeing any changes? Like, for instance, when we see these roads that are being built, our super highways,
yes,
Rironi Mau Summit, I see Mau Mau roads being built. Are we able as Kenyans to evaluate honestly and say good work is being done in this area? When we see the coffee prices becoming better, are we able to evaluate to say hata kama sipendi hii serikali, coffee price imebadilika, maziwa imekuwa mzuri, maybe we are unhappy about this or that, atujafurahishwa na tuseme what annoys people most? Ebu tell me, because you're the one who is on radio
right now. Matters to do with health and education.
Health and education,
yes.
Are we able to also look at that health and be objective about it and say, mimi kwa familia yangu, kuna mtu ameenda hospitali akapewa bili ya 600,000 na nimeona SHA ililipa 200 or 300,000. Are we able to do that?
Yes.
Are we able to say what the number of people that were covered by NHIF were a couple of millions. Right now 31 million Kenyans have registered for SHA. Are we able to evaluate and say, once you register for SHA and you are a member and you happen to require access to health, it means that SHA is responsible. Na wakikasta kulipa, hata unaweza kuwapeleka kotini the amount they are supposed to pay.
Yes.
Are we able to say that coverage is better if we can now keep improving the services so that we have timely interventions? We are able to, if we need emergency services, like the emergency ambulance that has now been established, is it better now than it was before? Are we able to say, on Thika Superhighway, by the way, when there is an accident, the rescue happens very, very fast. You'll not have a blockage of traffic
jam,
and lives are being rescued because the ambulance system now, emergency rescue, we can almost go to a point where we can calculate within what time are we able to rescue people from an accident scene. Are we able to show progress from where we are?
Yes.
If we answer yes, then we rate the government based on the answers, the actuals. I was on radio 2 days ago. I was on TV 2 days ago.
Yes.
With an economist who was saying close to nothing has been done, and that cannot be further from the truth. A lot has been done. Look at the stadium that is being constructed here in Nairobi. Talanta Stadium. Today I passed outside the Bomas, and that's public resource being utilized. As a Kenyan, be proud to own it and say this is Talanta Stadium. We can now bring in international sporting in Kenya and occupy all the bed spaces in the hotels in this Nairobi just because we have sorted out something like Talanta Stadium.
Yes.
And even these other stadiums.
Kina Kasarani,
I would expect that Kenyans would be saying, sort out even Nyayo. You know we use Nyayo. I'm in the basketball team in Parliament.
No way.
I am.
You play basketball?
I can give you evidence. Yes, I do. Actually, I'm the ladies captain there.
You're the captain, eh?
For Parliament. Ni unajua ni ya watu wa rika yangu. Sasa hata tukienda Tanzania tunapata rika yetu, tunakimbia, tunakazana.
Okay.
I use Nyayo Stadium sometimes for practice, for rehearsals, and for those runs before we go to compete with the other parliaments. Those facilities, I would expect the Kenyans to say, as we build that, please make sure even Nyayo Stadium is good, so that we have facilities that next time we host the whole of East Africa, some can practice there, others in Kasarani, and we are not embarrassed about the state of our sports infrastructure, so that we can move to the next level. The problem I think we also have a challenge with, Kenyans tunaongea mbio mbio kwa social media.
What do you mean? The narratives?
The narratives, the insults, and then when we speak on social media.
Yes.
And freedom of expression should be there. But your freedom and my freedom of expression should not be to abuse or to overstep or to wrongly accuse other people.
Or attack.
Or attack other people. We have now seen that when you bully people, even on social media, the tendency is for people lately, mental health issues are very harsh. When we do the wrong things, we run a course the wrong way. I've seen like one lady who is said to have committed suicide because of being bullied or pushed or just being in an insensitive work environment. we tend to drive mental health issues the wrong way because
Very
people
true.
have their own stresses today and they have their own issues trying to make sure they can catch up with the cost of living, catch up with the work they have to do and the lives and the children they have to take care of. So I'm thinking a lot has been done and we need to complement what is done. We need to speak about what we feel has not met the standards we are expecting and to also offer solutions.
Yes.
Have you ever lived with somebody all they do is to accuse?
Complain. It's very tiring.
It's very tiring.
Inabo.
Kabisa? Sindio?
Inabo.
Na utachoka huyo mtu utasema huyu hata hakuna kitu kizuri anaona.
Ni kweli.
Kila siku anaona mabaya. We can still do our politics.
Right.
Critique. Tell other competitors or opponents you're not going about it the wrong way without having to abuse, insult, make false allegations, destroy, assassinate characters. Like for me, maybe I need to stop that fascination of thinking that politics can be very pure. Of course, politics are politics.
Yes.
But there should be a boundary where people don't cross.
I mean, why don't we see this happening in countries like, again, some of these countries we want to be like, akina Singapore, those Asian tigers that we keep on talking about. Mi sionangi their leaders wakitukanana, na kama wanatukanana rather ni venye jenifikia.
Because the factors in countries like that are very different and the country is very aimed at achieving certain things.
They are focused.
They are very focused. They keep a focus on what they are driving. Like on, and by the way, I was in Singapore a little while ago. Okay. And we had to use the hospital just on a small emergency.
Right.
And when we got to the hospital was public, first of all. I didn't even know there was a private hospital. It was public. And this is a challenge also to our governors.
All right.
To make sure that the fund that comes to healthcare and the health sector must be applied towards that health sector.
Right.
Hospitals that match Aga Khan, hospitals that match Nairobi Hospital. The hospital was actually better than Singapore General Hospital. It was actually better than what we have in Nairobi Hospital. And when we reached the point of payment,
yes,
because I thought now, so we are used to, first nobody asked us about money. They handled the emergency.
Okay.
And when they were done, they had done scan, x-ray, everything. Then we were going down to pay.
Yes.
Where we were picking the medication.
Right.
We picked the medication. And then I asked them, where
how
we
much
paying?
is it?
Where we, because I didn't expect we are not paying. They said, you gave us your email address, so we will send you the bill on the email address.
And they trust you that much?
And it was not sent the first day, the second day, the third day. And when the bill eventually came, and I believe this is what shall we work towards until we get there.
Yes.
They even put down, there is a government subsidy.
Yes.
Imagine in the bill, and they knew it's a foreigner's bill. It's not a Singaporean.
The moment wanaona jina ya Mkenya hapo
wanajua si wametumia passport yako. So they finally said, they finally put in the bill statement, and then they show you the amount which is government subsidy.
Right.
So I guess, and also we saw very interesting things there in Singapore. Like they have a park there. They have an aquarium which is attracting. It's the highest. It attracts the highest number of tourists in the world. An aquarium which is just very, very, very good, sophisticated.
Yes.
Aquarium is, it's about fish, about water life. And I, for a moment, asked myself, our coastal counties,
yes,
could we even get a PPP and get some investors to come and put up
a huge aquarium?
A huge aquarium, so that when tourists are coming to Kenya, we can say, if we are going Singapore direction, the Asian tigers, which our president keeps singing about, can we have those aquariums that attract those tourists like that? So instead of Kenya saying, hatuwezi fika Singapore, kwanza uulize kwani kuna nini Singapore.
Ijengwe hapa Malindi, ijengwe Lamu, ijengwe Mombasa,
ijengwe Lamu, ijengwe Mombasa, ijengwe hata
Lamu,
Kisumu kuna water life.
Mbona nasahau Kisumu?
Yes, ijengwe Nakuru, sidio, where there is water life.
Yes.
Even Sagana, Sagana pia ni maji, si ni maji.
Tujengewe hapo.
Tunaweza jengewa hapo. So before we oppose a good idea given, tuwe tunauliza what is there ndio tujue whether we want it. And you know why?
Yes.
Because for instance, imagine the first person who came to Republic of Kenya and said, I have seen universities in United Kingdom and US, and I want us to have a university in Republic of Kenya. Can you imagine the shock that our grandfathers were in? Then when the person comes out and shows a picture and says, a university looks like this, this is where your daughter and your son went to study abroad.
Yes.
Then they're like, how can we ever achieve this? It looks unreachable at that point, you're being told.
Until you do it.
But one day and a time, there will be a University of Nairobi, Moi University, Egerton University. So the next time we are told, let's try and match ourselves up with a country that is doing well, let's ask as Kenyans, let's ask different questions.
How can it be achieved?
How can it be achieved? There is a preacher who once preached to us and told us, if you ask the wrong questions, you will receive the wrong answers. So when you hear Singapore, I would say, let's ask the right question. What is in Singapore?
Okay.
Before you dismiss it. When you hear what is there, you don't need it. Then you say, I don't think we need that. But don't dismiss it. Listen first and ask what is in it so that we can understand it.
Mi nataka kujua Mhesh, why our politicians, you included, our MPs, senators, even MCAs, and other government officials, including CSs and PSs, mbona mwenagi kutibua Kenyatta National Hospital?
Mbona tuendagi?
Yeah, because I every time we hear of a member of parliament or a senator or even a governor has been admitted in hospital, it is never Kenyatta, it is never Moi Teaching, it is never Kenyatta University Hospital. Tunasikianga tu mukienda the big ones, the Aga Khans and the Nairobis of today.
First, let me defend that.
Please do.
Because of the same question, asking the wrong questions. Let me ask you, when there is an accident on Mombasa Road involving, God forbid, a member of parliament, which hospital do you hear they access?
To be honest, I have not heard.
No, they access general hospitals. Now let me inform you.
Yes, please.
They access general hospitals. We had a colleague one time on Mombasa Road. We were near Machakos. And we had an incident that required emergency. The first hospital we accessed was Machakos General Hospital. And I want to commend Machakos General Hospital because of what we got there. They had oxygen. Every equipment that was needed to revive my friend was there. In fact, before the ambulance service was given to move for more specialized care, she actually got okay in Machakos before we moved her. So we have a wrong impression. Most of the hospitals that are doing emergency, if you are outside Nairobi, the hospital, and Nairobi is 1 out of 47 counties.
Yes.
If you are outside Nairobi, Mombasa, and Aga Khan, okay? Nairobi Hospital will not be your immediate center of rescue or emergency.
Okay.
It's the general hospitals. So the insinuation that members of parliament are not accessing, maybe they don't access when they are in Nairobi because there is a variety. And it's not only members of parliament and public servants who are accessing Nairobi Hospital. Go there today and check the list of patients, if they will allow you, and they won't.
Yeah, of course they won't.
They won't.
Yes.
But even if you go to their outpatient or emergency, you look at how many public servants are there, it will be a 0.something% in terms of data.
Okay.
That's a facility that is available in Kenya. And you should not demonize somebody because of, I shouldn't demonize you for accessing Nairobi Hospital. What I should do is to say, let's have this facility so well that Nairobi Hospital will be equivalent to Kenyatta General Hospital. That's why I've given the example of the General Hospital in Singapore, because at that point, even when we asked which hospital can we use, nobody even thinks about public or private. They send you to the next The nearest.
The nearest, yes.
Then the nearest is the general hospital, and they don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They don't have a problem with it because all the facilities are there. So what we need to be aiming at, once again, let's not ask the wrong question, because when we say why are they accessing Nairobi hospital, ama tufunge hii Nairobi hospital sababu ni waheshimiwa wanaenda, hapana. Only 4 you go there in a day.
Okay.
And then 2,000 who will also access the same hospital are not waheshimiwas, they are Kenyans. So let's allow Nairobi hospital to work. In fact, what we should be discussing, by the way,
yes,
Kenya stood a position of being the center of excellence in health matters, like India within the region, East and Central Africa. It's now almost slipping through our fingers. Why? Because of certain issues of management that were in Nairobi hospital, and they started going down. That should never be anything that makes us happy. It should make us very sad. Because if Nairobi was treating patients from South Sudan, from Ethiopia, from Tanzania, from Uganda, by now, Nairobi should have set up, and by the way, we still have a lot of people who are not Kenyans coming to Nairobi for healthcare, the way people go to India. And if you ask that question, somebody will even ask, why are people going, why are Kenyans going to India?
Yeah.
I wouldn't ask that. I would say, for what we don't have here, we have flights, let them access. But we need to continually improve until we are in the status that India is. So that when I use Nairobi Hospital or Kenyatta General Hospital,
treatment is the same.
Treatment is the same. So there is no problem with anyone accessing Nairobi Hospital, but we keep improving what is public. And that's why devolution took healthcare to the people themselves, so that they can make a decision and can participate in managing their health institutions to the level that they will feel comfortable with. And people need to make sure the oversight is working. We make sure the oversight is working in Parliament. County assemblies make sure the oversight is working on healthcare facilities. And even the public must quickly always give feedback so that the counties which are lagging behind, after a budget has been given, can then wake up.
Yeah.
And because now the framework, the healthcare framework we have given, the robust framework that has been given, allows income that is being generated within hospitals to be utilized within those hospitals. It is time for even counties to wake up and give better healthcare services. But ideally, Kenya should be positioning itself to be the provider for health tourism within the region, because that's where we have been. Both health tourism and also compete. You see, like the number of malls we have in the Republic of Kenya.
Oh, there are very many.
By now,
yes,
we should have diverted traffic from Dubai with goods that can be traded within Kenya and placed ourselves on a trade platform that makes people within the East Africa to move towards Kenya for trade.
Actually, Muhesh, I have no problem with anyone going to Nairobi Hospital. Personally, I go there. I have no problem with anyone going to Aga Khan. Hiyo ni sawa. It's just that it's a question that has always, a reason when we hear of emergencies, and not emergencies really, but Mheshimiwa Fulani has passed away. We don't hear they passed away in Mama Lucy or
and
in
Pumwani. And also what you also need to know about healthcare in Kenya. Because Nairobi Hospital, first of all, is very unaffordable if you don't have a cover. As an individual, when you go to Nairobi Hospital, you can only be there for a little while before there is a cry for people to fundraise for that bill. Mchango inaitishwa. You also need to know the truth about treatment and healthcare in Kenya.
Right.
When it's terminal ailment, the bigger possibility, close to 85-90%, and I need to recheck that data, I'm just guessing, they end up in Kenyatta Hospital. Why? Because the bill on this side will be unaffordable. So most of the patients who are on long-term ailment, unfortunately,
they look for cheap options.
Yeah. They must find, don't even call it cheap, affordable and accessible.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
So you will find that it's easy to go to Nairobi Hospital for ailments that are not very, ailments that are not long-spanning. And that's why it's important for us to really know how we are treating ailments like kidney failure, cancer, diseases that require a lot of support.
Cardiovascular diseases.
Cardiovascular. Most of them you find the treatment that is sustainable will be in Kenyatta Hospital.
I agree.
Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I see.
I'm saying I agree because I know relatives who are currently receiving treatment.
Yes,
at the
and we must commend the hospital, the Ministry of Health, for being able to handle such ailments which are very difficult for Kenyans to handle, like dialysis. By the way, we have a girl in Murang'a who I met her. She's in Kahuya Girls, and we are hoping to help her.
Okay.
She's been unable to access dialysis because of the medication is very expensive. But we confidently told her we are going to find a way in how she can be treated in Kenyatta.
Okay.
Because that one is sustainable if it's within the government treatment or medical system.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to continually better. And the people who are working in the Ministry of Health for sure, let's continue taking input, feedbacks and input so that we can improve. I like that SHA is paying bills for patients. We continually improve, make sure we close out on the loopholes so that money doesn't go to areas, resources are not sent to accounts that have not given any service.
Okay.
And Kenyans also, we need to look into those issues of corruption, because no one sector can make up a system that is clean and better. It has to be resolved by all of us.
Okay.
Public trust across the board.
Mheshimiwa, 2027 unagombea kiti gani? Because you've not really assured me whether it's the woman rep position or it's the senator position of Murang'a or whichever position that you want.
Majority of Kenyans, majority of my voters, our voters in Murang'a, have asked me to stand in the women reps position. Yeah, so and we are moving towards 2027. And I have concentrated on serving the people, doing a lot of engagements, activities that are uplifting the communities in Murang'a. And I personally believe that Murang'a was the lead county in Kenya at one point. In 1978, I keep saying Murang'a, I think then it was, did we call it municipal or something?
All right.
It was then lending money to the national government. Can you imagine that?
Where?
Then the national government was called central government. It was lending finances
to the central government.
And Murang'a is a county of great bounty and blessings.
Murang'a
and
has actually some great people as well. Has produced some of the greatest icons we have in this country.
Exactly. You remember the late Honorable John Michuki, may his soul rest in peace.
Yes.
Honorable Kamodo, JJ Kamodo, the super SG,
Matiba,
Secretary General, Ken Matiba, yes, Ken Matiba, very interesting politicians that have come from Murang'a, and even Kiano. So your list now is being huku chini today. It has the likes of Veronica Maina, Alice Wahome, Didi Nyoro has done a good job. Didi Nyoro has also done a good job in
Your governor has also been praised to have performed really well.
Yes, but he needs to improve a lot. The hospitals, we are expecting a lot more because of his credentials. To be honest, I'm expecting a lot more. I don't want to see a hospital myself that is being painted without the facility inside.
Okay.
I want to see a hospital where when a patient walks in, because we receive many calls of patients who are going to the hospital not being able to get medication or when they need x-rays and scans, the availability of that is really in question. All those now, we are questioning how the funding that is coming from the national government towards the county, how that funding is being utilized so that Mwananchi down there can stop crying for basic things like healthcare when we have resourced the county.
Yes.
So we need a lot more. And Murang'a being very close to Nairobi is at a very vantage positioning. We should be able to do very good trades.
Yes.
also with Nairobi, because we are the best producers, one of the best producers of avocado, for instance, mangoes, milk,
yani Murang'a
all those,
mnapatia Kitui County compare mangoes
completely, yani compare kiroho safi, and I believe Murang'a can be positioned to a much better positioning even with industrialization. If you look at Keno right now, Keno hapa Keno, unajua Keno?
Naendanga hapa once.
Keno is another like big city,
yes,
which is becoming even bigger than Murang'a itself, Murang'a town itself. Yeah, because when you want good meat, you go to Keno. Si unajua hapo sasa tumeanza.
Mimi nashindanga Keno after every 2 or so weekends. Lazima nikuje Keno.
Lazima uende Keno ukule nyama mzuri hapo. So Murang'a is in a vantage position of doing great business. And you know also Murang'a, a lot of business people, big traders from Murang'a,
yes,
are helping the economy in a big way. You know Equity Bank, the founders are from Murang'a.
Yes.
You know the likes of Jimna Baru also wote wametoka Murang'a. Watu wengi sana wametoka Murang'a, and they are holding quite a good resource.
True.
Yeah.
Even as we come to an end, have the people of Murang'a told you which party to vie with?
You know, me, I'm nominated by UDA.
Yes.
And I'm one of the core pillars of UDA,
yes,
having been a Secretary General. So I'm in the UDA party, and I'm standing with the President's party. And I want to say this.
Yes.
There is a calculation we can do as a region that dispositions us from a position of sharing properly with the resources that are in this nation.
Okay.
I don't want our people to lose out. Myself. I want Murang'a to be part of the government today and tomorrow. And in my assessment as a former SG, and I'm not saying it's a decision that is already done by Kenyans, but the trend that I'm seeing myself,
yes,
our president will come back the second term.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want Murang'a to be out. I'm just assessing. Na mimi sisemi ile ya kiburi. Sisemi ile ya kiburi watu wanasema lazima hapana. When I look at the way Kenyans have embraced the development, the track development that the government is doing right now.
Yes.
We are doing the road now. Why do you want to postpone for yourself to another season? Because even the government you want to bring in 2027, sinikazi mnataka ifanye? Sinikazi tunataka ifanye? If work is being done, there is no reason why we should discount that work. You should find other reasons to say, I will not vote for A or for B because of this and this reason. But don't use a false narrative to say that work is not being done. Where there is improvement, let's say there is improvement. If you are unhappy about a certain tax, like I hear people saying, sitaki kutoa hii housing levy, the payslip, by the way, the payslip is one of the biggest contentions.
It is. Hapo ndio kuna uchungu.
Hapo ndio kuna uchungu. But I ask you, like for instance, are you paying housing levy?
Of course. Now, see,
if you are paying housing levy,
situation, yes.
And you're a young person, I can see you are young, even if you say you are not Gen Z, but you're a millennial.
I'm 40 years young.
Oh, 40 years?
Yes.
So okay, I'm young. That's good. That's good. That's young.
Right.
Have you applied for a house in Bomayango?
No, I haven't.
Now,
I have
there
no
is another colleague, or you have a house?
Several, actually.
Oh, that's good. Then maybe you don't need to apply. But maybe you have a colleague who's paying housing levy and who may need to apply for Bomayango. But what they are doing right now, they are still paying because it's law, and it will be deducted whether I like it or not. Even myself, I'm paying housing levy, and I feel the weight just like any other Kenyan. But I also see the benefit when I see affordable housing in Murang'a, that we are about to get, we are scheduled to get 6,000 housing units. I will be happy when they are occupied by families in Murang'a who say we have received a home from affordable housing project. There are some who will complain, but they don't know what their colleagues have done. As they pay housing levy, they have also applied for that house. So they have the advantage of seeing what the housing levy has done and to partake of that benefit. For me, I say, Kama gari imetoka stage. Imetoka wapi?
Stage.
Imetoka stage. Sasa unajiuliza, ikiniacha nani ataumia? Si mimi nitapoteza time?
Ni kweli.
So if you're paying housing levy and you have not applied for Boma Yangu, a home in Boma Yangu, the better argument would be that so that you don't lose the way you are feeling you are losing,
yes,
apply for a home and start using your rent to pay tenancy purchase
to own that house.
Agreement to own that house.
All right, Mesh.
My advice for it.
Shukran sana. Tumefika mwisho wa conversation yetu ya leo. I am happy that you have made time to come here and have this conversation with us. Yes. And we invite you again because I believe there's much more to be said, and especially on that aspiration of yours, because nasikia ni kama hatujaimalizia vizuri.
Hatujaimalizia lakini for now si nimekwambia.
Umeniambia.
Naendea hiyo kiti ya.
Na umesema watu wa Murang'a ndio wamekwambia?
Ni watu wa Murang'a wananiambia.
Sawa sawa.
Yes.
All right folks, don't go too far because in the next hour, which we are already here by the way, the conversation continues. We're going to be hosting the Green Thinking Action Party. Right now though, here is the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives in Nyamira County are investigating the killing of 67-year-old man by suspected armed assailants. Alfayo Misuko Aremba was reportedly attacked at his homestead in Ekenawa village, Ikonge, at around 11 p.m. on August 25th. Police say he was shot 3 times in the hip with a firearm suspected to be an AK-47 before the attackers fled. Aremba was rushed to Ekerenyo Sub-County Hospital where he was pronounced dead. Police have arrested a 21-year-old man in connection with a fatal assault of a farm worker in Tawai village, Trans Nzoia County. Samuel Kemboe is accused of assaulting 22-year-old Stephen Ndungu during a dispute over a mobile phone on August 24th. Police say Ndungu collapsed and died at the scene with visible injuries reported on his head, face and stomach. Kemboe remains in custody as detectives complete investigations ahead of his arraignment, while Ndungu's body has been moved to Kiminini Cottage Mortuary for postmortem. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission is calling on church leaders to take a tough stance against politicians who use places of worship to spread inflammatory messages. NCIC Chairman Kefa Nyamweya says religious leaders should consider switching off microphones when politicians promote messages likely to fuel hatred and division. A consultative forum with religious leaders also resolved to launch a nationwide anti-hate speech campaign to promote peace.
We particularly call upon political leaders to reject the use of violence, intimidation, ethnic mobilization, and goonism as instruments of political competition. Our sons and daughters to exercise their political agency peacefully and to reject recruitment into violence.
Mwongozo mpya party leader Macharia Njeru says Kenyans' governance challenges are rooted in weak accountability within political parties. Njeru argues that corruption and poor leadership in political parties eventually spread to the executive, parliament and other arms of government. He cited Singapore as an example, saying leaders must back anti-corruption rhetoric with action and hold even powerful officials accountable.
So if the people who are running the political parties are rogues themselves, it means then that the people they end up appointing are people who are made in their own image.
Yeah.
They'll be rogue also.
Yes.
Now that influences how the government also behaves. Remember, they are the ones who will also approve also these people also in parliament because they're influencing it. And sadly, they also influence the people who will also get to the judiciary.
Yeah.
So you find that contamination runs through and through. So if you don't sort out the party politics, we'll continue having problems. We'll continue having a lot of problems. And I've seen it firsthand because I've served in these positions. And you look at some of the people who are brought now, who are appointed, you wonder, because you'll relate with them firsthand, even in institutions. And I can tell you, Mbovi, and it's very shocking that some of these people, what the image they project out there is very different from the real person when they are inside those four walls of the offices.
Yes.
You see the roguish behavior, you see the thinking, and you get shocked. In fact, you worry for the country.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. Shout outs to the following people. Sitaweza kusoma messages zenu because when you're alone you really can't focus on social media. You have got to focus on the guest. Sitisele na kuanga hapa, at least I get time to go through social media. So I can see some of you had questions from Hesh. Unfortunately, manzejo zimenipita hivyo, lakini msijali. Nonetheless, we usually compile some of these things that you say and we send them to the guests, so they're never in vain. David Muteru, how are you doing? Thomas Solo, I think nilikuwa nimekusalimia. Kitungu, Mambo, Atticus as well, Willy Kitala, Mohamed Murunga as well, Evans Nyangano, kuna Star Kenya, DK has Ongoro, and then there is, let me see if I'm missing a name here. Ombati Steven, how are you doing? Wangoi 350 3510 umeandika message ukadelete. George Otieno, habari yako. Paul Ochieng as well, how are you doing, sir? And hizo zingine zimejirudia, but thank you guys, keep on sending them. In this particular hour, which is the last hour, we are hosting Mr. Joe Kithiaka. Joe Kithiaka is the executive director of Green Thinking Action Party. Joe, good morning, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Mbuvi, for having me here.
You know me, I've known you for very many years.
Yes,
I never thought at one point that nitakuwa na co-host as a politician.
But you knew I was in politics.
No.
We've always known this. I mean, since we were that time. Yeah, it's just
Hiyo miaka yote umekuwa siasa.
I've always been for the last 30 years.
But you've never been an MCA.
I contested in 2002.
You've never been an MP?
No, but I won the 2002 nomination.
Okay.
But because of political
shenanigans
in the party that I had contested in.
Yes. That didn't work out.
I got a double issuing of certificates. And so that's what happened in 2002, 2007. I contested again.
Right.
For MP. But as we say, the votes were not enough.
Yes.
So I did not make it to an MP of Masinga. Then in 2013, I went as the deputy governor of Machakos.
No way.
Yes, I contested.
2013?
2013, I was deputy governor of Machakos.
You
became third.
You were contesting for that position?
For the position of deputy governor.
But wait, I thought that you should be someone's running mate.
I was a running mate of somebody. So I was the deputy governor of a gentleman called Jimmy Mumina. And we stood with ANC at that time.
ANC moja ya Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi. Yes. Okay.
I stood under that party.
All right.
In 2013. And then 2017, I slowed down on my politics.
Okay.
I actually got to support the re-election of Uhuru Ruto at that time. And I was head of the Ukambani, Lower Eastern Ukambani Secretariat for the presidential campaign.
Okay.
That was 2017. And then come 2020, just around COVID time, we thought of just forming our own party.
Yes.
And hence we formed the Green Thinking Action Party with my party leader.
This is a COVID-19 party?
Yes. We are now actually on the 7th year now.
Yes.
So our party leader, Dr. Isaac Alua Green and myself had this conversation. And we realized we are helping so many other parties to make it to power. But yet we are not helping ourselves. So we've formed this party.
Interestingly, I've hosted Dr. Isaac Alua several times. And he's also my neighbor in Chags.
Yes.
The funny thing is, me, whenever I host him on matters to do with the environment. We have never gotten into politics. We're always talking about planting trees, conservation matters, and so on and so forth. Never ever politics.
But you're not very far, because when you look at our party, it's a green party, and actually that's what it is. It's about an environmental party, a party that actually wants to bring change through environmental initiatives.
Right.
So planting of trees is there. Pollution is there.
Conservation. Right.
Anything about the environment, basically, that's what we advocate for.
Yes.
So I think you're still on the same track. Maybe one day he may come here as a party leader.
Yes.
And tell you, now then I run this party.
Yani daktari tunaongeanga hata tukipatana in function, because we meet in function.
Yes, I know.
Sometimes
your neighbors, yeah.
Even in church. We never ever discuss politics.
No, he's been in this party, and we've been having this party for the last 7 years.
Right.
But I run it now as an executive director.
Okay.
And so I'm more involved in the day-to-day running of the political party. And that's why now the last election, we actually had almost 164 aspirants around the country.
Oh, in the 2022 election?
Yeah, 2022 election.
Walala.
And we even emerged, I think, the top 43 parties that are being financed by government through the political party funding. So I think it was a good achievement, having been our first time.
All right.
And so this time again, now 2027, we now intend to have more aspirants. Already, as I checked, by Monday, we had almost 215 interested people.
Various positions all over the
aspirants,
country.
All around the country, actually ranging from MCAs all the way to governors. And so maybe the only thing that we may not be able to field would be a presidential candidate.
Why not, though?
I don't think we're ready as for a presidential race in terms of the party. And so maybe what we'll do is just concentrate and try and get the party rooted first. But in future, we may have a green presidential party, presidential aspirant.
Yes.
But for now, I think we were trying to concentrate on trying to get a lot of MCAs, get MPs, get senators and governors and women reps.
You are going for the Masinga MP seat?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, God willing, next year I'll be the first green MP in this country.
Masinga is actually a great place, because up until tuko na Masinga Dam.
It sounds that way because of the dam. But I think it's one of the driest and poorest counties or constituencies in Ukambani.
Yeah, I mean, generally
potential, it has the best potential. One, because of proximity to Nairobi.
Yes.
I mean, when I look at where I come from, I come from a place called Kithioko. Kithioko is the farthest end of Masinga.
Yes.
It actually borders with Mwingi. And for me, when I leave Nairobi to my village, it's 135 kilometers one way. There's the other side, the other part of Masinga borders with Muranga near Kenol.
Okay.
So that's the Ndidini area. And when you look at it, it takes almost, to get from Nairobi to there is 60 kilometers.
Okay.
So between the 60 kilometers and the 135 I'm talking about, that area looks very proximity to Nairobi.
Yes.
Hence, it should be one of the food baskets for the city and also for the area around Thika.
Right.
But unfortunately, because of lack of leadership, of which I want to advocate on this time and see how best I can be able to make a change, we have lacked the initiatives of the farmers being able to produce to their capacity. The ground is very good. We have very good soils. We have very good. Workforce.
Yes.
What we lack is normally the infrastructure and water. We are in Masinga, and I think that's one thing when I speak about Masinga, people tell me it's the best place.
I agree
because
with you.
Because of the name Masinga.
I agree with you in terms of how dry that place is, because there's a time I did a road show back in the day, 2008, nikiwa Kampo. I was a dancer on one of those tracks.
Okay.
And we went to that place where Vumbi. Yes. Kama tunasemanga pumpi.
Yes.
Yani pumpi ni mingi.
Yeah, it's and you see what beats me logic is that when you go, like, first, let's say you approach it through Ndidini, which is the farthest part of it, which borders with Muranga. You'll find places like Edanga, which is Edanga area. There's a road which separates the Muranga people and the Machakos people who are now in Masinga.
Right.
In Idanga, which is now Gitanga on their side, where my friend Peter Kenneth was the MP. I remember during the 2007 and 2007 election, most of my constituents were actually telling me they get bursary from.
You don't say?
Yes, from Muranga side. Because on this other side, they're not receiving bursaries. They also come on to the other Muranga side for medical services. They come to the other side for actually, and it's split by a road.
Because this other side is literally underdeveloped.
I'm telling you, it's totally underdeveloped. You stand and wonder what makes the difference with this road. On this side is green, this side is gold.
And it's just a road,
It's just a road that splits. It is the mindset of the leaders are totally different. And you see, when you look at those things, and then they also produce, like that side of Ndidini, they produce beautiful mangoes. I think they're the major producers of mangoes. Now maybe Muranga has caught up because maybe they're able now to produce them and also be able to get them onto the market.
Right.
But if you go to a place called Ndidini, they produce serious mangoes. And they actually serious mangoes, serious oranges. But to get those mangoes off their shambas onto the market, the infrastructure is terrible. So you find those are the frustrations that you find in the work with a lot of farmers on that side.
Yeah.
So things to do with infrastructure is one of the major problems we have. Number two, you look at things like water, as you're saying. You expect Masinga being a place that we mention the dam with.
Yes, exactly.
We should be able to but it has taken us years to even get piped water in every household. Schools don't have water.
Yeah.
School kids actually carry mitungis from home. You find them on the road.
Every day
to school, just to be able to have water to give maybe the matron to be able to cook them lunch.
I heard this story, Nikadhani ni jokes. It wasn't necessarily about your area, but someone was saying that in this country there are places where people carry water in jerry cans. Students, kids
carry
children
every morning
to go take water to school because they don't have water for anything.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, huko ni wapi? Turkana?
No, you can see.
Kunaambia hapo Ukambani, Machakos.
Upper Masinga, we have those problems. And so you look at those children and you wonder, why can't we just be able to utilize because when you look at Masinga Dam, we're talking about the next 2 months.
Yeah.
We should be having an El Nino, as everyone is talking about it. But people are already being told to move out of the shores of the dam because it may overflow onto the. But my question I'm asking is that, is it our duty as leaders to push people off shores, or is it our duty to be able to harvest that water so that they can utilize this water later? Because once you push them off, yes, the El Nino gets over. Then what happens? They come back again to the dry area again. So for me, when I look at it, I think the planning and the leadership of Masinga has failed us in the last many years.
That place does it have hippos?
Have what?
Do we have hippos?
Yeah, here we have hippos.
So what happens when the waters go down when it dries?
Hippos and we have hippos, and we also have crocodiles in one side of the dam, which comes to a place called Kalakala, where people now actually, we've had incidences where children go to try and swim in the rivers and or in the dam, and they're attacked by those hippos actually move to the deeper side of the water.
Okay.
Like into the forks, the different dams that are there.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, when the excess water comes, that way excess water should be used. One, for irrigation. Two, even just to pump more water. And three, just to be able to utilize, to make the place greener than it is. Because I think we are lacking foresight, planning, and also strategic ways of using that water.
This is something that beats me, by the way. Even when we have the seasonal rivers all over Kambani, not just in Kalakala, you said Idanga. How comes we don't take, and now I'm asking in terms of just Kamba leadership and the Kamba region, why is it that we don't have proper storage of this water? Why is it that we do not have proper channeling of this water, how we can ensure that we do irrigation, and then we are able to just increase the productivity of the area, and then just greening the entire area over time? We've known that place has been dry for decades. It's not that imeanza kuwa dry leo.
That's a very good question. I think it's good that you're asking, because you're also from that general area. I think what we've lacked is foresighted, serious leaders who have not taken this as a job. I think many people go to parliament or go to these elected jobs just to be called Mweshimiwa, or just to have this title and
enrich
yourself. But we've never had strategic leaders who want to participate in the Ukambani politics. Even if we have, they don't get far because maybe because of the structure of politics in the area. But if we had foresight leaders who will take, like I'm telling you, like what I'm planning to do, I'm taking this as a job. It's a job. I need to do a strategic plan. I need to do action plans. I need to decide what is my priorities in terms of my constituents. I need to be in public participation with these people so that I can be able to understand what are these people's needs. What can I do for them? And what can we get from government? What we can't get from government, be able just to reach out to donors internationally. Because sometimes I wonder, every now and then you call a member of parliament, he tells you, "Oh, I'm on a fact finding, or I'm on a trip, benchmarking to Europe." But when he comes back, you ask him, "How was Europe?" And the first thing he tells you, "That place is cold." And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh no, it's not the cold we had asked to go and benchmark. It's go get something for these guys.
Idea.
Everything you get out there, get an idea. Anytime you get there, get a network that can be able to help your people. It's not about how you're feeling and what you saw. It's how you're going to help your people after you go for these trips." And for me, I find we are very misused in terms of voter base, and that's why people complain that they don't get development. But I would like to look at it totally different and be able to say, let me sustain my people of Masinga to be a model constituency in Ukambani that can be talked about like that we talk about in other constituencies in Muranga and all that, because we have the potential. We have I've traveled wildly. I've seen many places change within the country and also internationally. I've seen opportunities that have been opened to youth, to women, and also to people around an area when you have good leadership. So hence that's why I would be able to thinking of contesting this seat.
As the Green Party, we know that in Ukambani one of the biggest parties is Wiper. Then kuna a few pockets of UDA leaders here and there. Maendeleo chapcha pia I think yuko na watu wawili watatu pale. How are you going to overcome these big names, if I can just call them that for the sake of this argument? How are you going to ensure that, number one, you leverage on the lessons that you've learned as the Green Party over the last maybe election, and perhaps convince people that, look guys, it's not just coming from a big house, we can do something. You have to focus on the leader and not necessarily on the party. The party is good, fine, but have you focused on the leader and what their ideologies are?
You just mentioned the pockets, and that's a good analysis of the political base of Ukambani. That not all the seats go to one big party.
True.
So it tells you that we have pockets, and being those pockets, their pockets are going to increase even further this time, because we are going to be able to have more MPs from different parties. Starting with the Green Thinking Action Party. We're also going to have people who are also going to stand independent and be able to contest and win those elections. Because I think an independent ticket also in Ukambani goes, because a lot of areas people look for leaders, not the party wave. And so I am seeing a possibility of having more of those madoa-doa, as they call them, within the region. And for us, what we're doing, leveraging this, is the kind of initiatives we're trying to give. Our main aim is to uplift the household and bring dignity to the way people live. And with that kind of call, the plans and the programs we have laid out before the election, after the elections, should be able just to change the lifestyles of these people. So it's a place I'm ready to go into the field with those big names and big parties. And not scared about what I may face, because I think I meet the challenge and I will be able to give the best I can do and be able to make myself not only proud, but also the party very proud of me.
There's a Green Party also that is in Europe that ilianza small, now it has spread across many countries, and getting seats into parliament and so on and so forth. And they started with the same thing: ideology, the environment, conservation, the green future, and now look at where they are. Do you think here in Africa tunafikirianga hivyo? Si ati nataka kubelittle fellow Kenyans, but
no, but it's good to ask that. When you go around Europe, you will realize parties are ideology based. That's what we lack, and especially in Kenya. Our parties are just politically based, where you're forming a party
based on your tribe, or
either tribe or your own ambition or a desire to have a party, And so what many people do, they go into the copy and paste. I sit in the political party liaison committee, where we have almost we have 125 going to 130 parties, leaders that we sit together.
Okay.
And when you ask about the ideologies of most parties, you realize they're all copy and pastes from this one to this one to this one.
Yes.
We have actually gone for the green ideology. And so we fight on a green ideology platform. When you go to Europe, you find the Labour Party, which fights on labor issues.
Yes.
Workers.
Wafanyikazi.
Yeah. There's a Conservative. There's all those parties. What we don't have is we don't carry forward our ideologies into what our agendas are into government. Ours is get a party to get power. If you listen to a lot of leaders, they say the reason we take a party is to get power. And to get power is to just go into the political race in a political system with a political idea. Ours, we hope that we pray and hope that in the next 2-3 other elections, we should be able to emerge as a party that wants to change the lives of people.
Yes.
And can be able to change the environment around them, and can be able to bring wealth in terms of green wealth and in terms of many other things that can be able to come out from a good environment.
I mean, I like these ideas, by the way, because it opens us first of all to variety, but also to ideas and the potential that we have. Because there's someone who's an environmentalist and they're thinking, haya, kumbe labda inaweza ingia siasa, na ninaweza leta change in the area of expertise that I'm in, as I, either govern over people or as I legislate for them, as I represent them, I can actually do this for them. I can actually champion something that makes sense. Because, like you've said, we do not have these ideologies, even generally in Africa. Si tunajuanga tu hii ni chama ya nani, ya fulani fulani, na yeye ndio ule kusema, yeye ndio bazenga, yeye ndio bazu, tunaenda nayo. In terms of the youth agenda, what do you guys have as the Green Thinking Action Party?
Okay, just before I answer that, I'd like just to come back to what you were just saying earlier about ideologies and what we look at in terms of parties. Anyone sitting out there watching me at this time is involved or loves the environment, or is an environmentalist, or is an activist in terms of environment activities.
Yes.
One thing we need to look back and say, what makes these things that they activate, people keep on being activists about on the environment? Is it pollution? Is it environmental degradation? Is it soil destruction? Is it sand harvesting destruction?
Right.
All those things about the environment. Is it logging of trees that we can't control? If you go back to what the problem is, our problem is policies.
And policies are made by politicians.
Only paid by politicians, who have gone to the assemblies. So they're made in the assemblies. And when we go back, we should stop looking at politics it is ile siasa. It is not about siasa. It is about being on a table where you can be able to bring in policies or programs or reinforce laws that can be able to change what you want to change.
Yes.
Because when you look at it, I mean, we've had the call of how many trees we want to plant or grow in this country. But you find as we are growing trees, people are still logging trees. So the question is there a policy on how we log and how we grow?
Yeah.
Also the same with pollution. If you go to the Nairobi River, you'll find a lot of issues on Nairobi River. And the issues on Nairobi River is dumping. But do we have a policy on dumping, of industrial dumping?
Yes.
Do we have a policy on individual dumping? And what does the law say, and how do we reinforce it? And all these things can only be reinforced once you have legislators from the county level to the national level to the Senate, which can be able to give a national policy that can be able to control and preserve these things. So for me, when I look at it, I think Green Thinking Party, as an environmentalist party, would be able to legislate on issues that will be able to change the environment to the next level. The youth.
As you get to the youth, do you have an aspirant for Nairobi County?
We have like 17 of them.
When I say Nairobi County, I mean the governorship of Nairobi County.
No, we've not yet gotten anyone seeking for it, but we have MCAs and MPs that want.
Environment here.
Yes.
Bana.
Yesterday I was in shock.
Sewage, harufu.
I passed through Jogoo Road on the way to around actually CBD as you go down to Marikiti. And what shocked me, man, you know the toilet at the roundabout?
Yes.
And I'm wondering, we're actually in town. This is now, when we were growing up, that loo was used as a good loo. You could run from Princess or from town into that loo. The place looks so bad. And until I was with my son and asked my son, surely, are we in Nairobi?
Imagine
and we have a governor here. So that's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of environmental impacts that we think we need good leadership for, and these things can only come out through change of policy and programs, which will be brought up from the county level all the way to the national level to the Senate. As you asked about the youth,
yes,
there are a lot of activities that the youth can do in the environmental space. There's recycling, the same garbage you're talking about. Empowering youth to form groups and be able to become recycle masters or recycle production companies.
Yes.
One, the recycling could produce power. Two, the recycling could also produce byproducts of recycled materials.
Very true.
And three, the employment of these young people also in the planting of trees. Having their own nurseries, because one thing I remember, like 3 years ago, we were doing a national tree planting exercise. 5 years ago. And I remember being in a meeting in the ministry, and they said, okay, we're going to plant, I think it was 10 million trees that season. And so the minister said, okay, fine, let's just see on the stakeholders who are sitting around the table, which departments have how many trees. So NYS gave their trees, Kenya Forest gave their trees, everyone gave their number of trees. In that conversation, we did not get more than 3 million trees available to plant.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 million was not available. So what did they decide? They decided to buy seeds and just
grow them, germinate them.
No, just
distribute.
No. Get onto a helicopter and just.
Oh yes, I think I saw that.
You saw that when they're using
yes.
But the question I'm asking: did we have to wait when we have youths that are not working, who can actually be told, form groups, go to places where you can be able to water your plants. Let these people be able to do seed generation. Let them do the seedlings, and the government buys off them.
Okay.
As simple as that. Because even when you go, if you drive now Mombasa Road, drive on Gong Road, all those guys, they're there.
They grow seedlings.
But the question is, when we're buying the trees, we don't buy, the government doesn't buy from them. And that's what they should be able to have a statistical data where they say on Gong Road we have 50 million trees. Let's buy all those trees and go and plant them somewhere. We have others in Mombasa. Let's go and plant them. And you see, those are the policies I'm saying that need to be enforced. Because even another thing that is not reinforced in this country is the construction of roads. They log so many trees to construct roads. But after they've constructed the roads, these same companies that have constructed are not being given an obligation to plant back the trees on the side of the roads. When you drive going to Namanga and going to Arusha, that side, you'll find it's such a dry drive because there are no trees.
Actually, you're right, because it is so dry that when the sun shines, unachomwa na ground.
But you see, that's the obligation of the contractor to be able to have a percentage of his construction cost to plant trees on the sides. So that's some of these things that I'm saying, it is policy based and things that are not being reinforced. It's the same thing with even the dumping of water. We're always complaining the Nairobi River is dirty. Of course it will be dirty because who's taking care of it? When you look at people like NEMA, even if they have laws and they have regulations on how to dump, the question we should ask ourselves, who makes them accountable in those things they're doing?
Who's enforcing that?
Who's reinforcing this? Because if it's there and it's not being enforced, you should have a member of parliament who could summon the MD of NEMA or any organization and ask him, how come this is not happening?
But then how comes you don't have that? How comes we can't call NEMA or whoever else is in charge na tuseme ile kitu inafanyika pale on this particular road or particular river? What have you done about it?
Because we don't have interest in terms of the environmental, it's called environmental, we're not having interest in terms of the environmental watchdogs. Because we saw the time the late Ojwang was killed. The CID boss, the police boss, they were all summoned to come and give a feedback or to give an answer to why this happened. But those are sentimental things. People write those kind of stories. But about a tree that has fallen on the road of Mombasa Road, or
no one gives it a second thought.
I don't think we have those kind of hearted people, environmental enthusiasts who want to see a change in terms of the environment. Very simple things. Even Kitui, you can see that. Look at sand harvesting in Kitui. Sand harvesting in Kitui should be a gold mine for the Kitui people because it's actually a serious product.
Yes.
But the management of sand harvesting in the country has not been regulated because we should be selling sand the same way we sell cement. Because everyone who's building
is using sand.
Is using sand in the same ratio that Bamburi is making money. But how come the people are not making money? Because we don't have serious sand harvesting cooperatives that can be able to regulate and be able to say, listen, if the river starts from, for example, from Gong Road all the way to Mombasa Road, it should have paddocking in terms of this season we are going to harvest from here. Then when the sand comes again, because when you ask people on the ground, why are you guys doing this harvesting? They say even if we don't harvest, sand will still come next season, which is true. But when you look at many rivers, because of the way we have carelessly done, the sand has disappeared. And what has happened now, we have rocks in every single river in Ukambani.
You know when I'm driving to Shags, because now my mom comes from Macha, and then of course Kitui. When whichever side of Shags I'm going, the amount of sand I just see on the road and on the rivers, and I'm like, yani, tuko na hii gold yote hapa na hakuna kitu.
If it's well man, that's what I'm saying, it's leadership. It's all about our Kamba leaders have never seen the importance of sand harvesting, and especially sand harvesting as a product or as a managed product which can be able to bring money to our society. Because we fight about every other thing, but we don't protect our environment through sand harvesting. And that's why you find all the trucks that come. If you ask a lorry even on Mombasa Road, umetoka wapi? Nimetoka hapa Kitui, nimetoka hapa Kibwezi,
Salama.
Because that's where they're getting the sand. And what they do, they come, they pick up our youth, pay them 300 bob. The boy just keeps shoving the sand onto the truck. He's paid his 300 bob. They go drink karobo or they take mugoka and wait for the next truck to come. So now they're just exploited. But what's happening to our environment? We're getting drier and drier by the season. And those are the things that I'm trying to address.
Yani we are degrading that thing kabisa.
Places that used to be sand harvesting rivers have just become, and that's what affects our water. The water just hits the ground over the stones and the rocks into the ocean. Because before, sand used to hold. I remember when we were in school and when we were growing up, we used to go to sand to like near your place in Kitui.
Yes.
There's a river there, Edokwe. And I remember we used to be in school, come there to wash our clothes, and you have to look for water in the sand. And the water comes up, and you guys have water to wash.
Actually, even growing up, we used to do the same. We used to go there. You can see it's a wet riverbed. Hakuna maji, but unafukwa hivi kidogo. And then now there's
water. What is it there? Now it's only rocks. So now you can imagine the generations behind us. What have we done to them? We've left them on ground or land or a country that is totally messed up. So in terms of the youth, there are a lot of youth activities that can be done through the environmental programs. And so I'll be urging the youth to just look out for things that we can work together just to change the environment.
And you guys have this thing entirely thought out, but from an environment perspective. It's amazing what one ideology can actually give birth to, because whoever looked at things this way, we're always thinking of entrepreneurship, which is a good thing, by the way, entrepreneurship. But I think we need to start also just looking at different ways of achieving the same goal. And I think if we go the environmental way, there's something there for sure.
There's something also just to add when you're saying.
Sure.
We talk about poor health in the country. If you look back during COVID, which is like 5 years ago, we never had emergencies of flus because people took care of the environment, the air. Everyone was on masks. So the flus went really down. And then you look at that and you wonder, the only thing that was attacking people was COVID that time.
Right.
But the number of people who visited hospitals, actually in the lockdown, who went to a hospital because you are locked down, unless you are in an emergency going for a COVID jab or going to a COVID checkup, hospitals actually...
Or you have a non-communicable disease that needs to be taken care of.
But now, after we opened up the air back to people...
We are back to being sick.
Everyone is sick. There's a flu, there's a what. And you see, it's because, one thing, the environment is so polluted. And you see, that's what happened. All of a sudden, even the videos that were coming up of animals that are now coming into the towns now because the people are not there and there are no people. But when you look at that and you wonder that the environment was so clean and fresh. And that's why even when you walked out, you could feel, apart from getting scared that, the COVID jab, it could be there, so you're on a mask. But the environment was good. So it comes back to what I'm saying, that with a clean environment, you'd be sure that health issues would go down. Health matters would really cases would go down. Because one, when you have less polluted water, then you have less stomach problems. If you have less polluted water, you have less of malaria. So malaria will go because you don't have places that water has been dumped and mosquitoes coming. If you have less even drinking water, if you have clean drinking water, which is also an environmental issue, you're better off. And now when you look at it in the bigger picture, it gives us healthier children and more focused children, because now a child is not saying, oh, I can't go to school because I'm not feeling well, and they don't know why he's not feeling well, but it's just that something within those environment issues are not right with his body. So that's one thing. The other thing is about things, as I spoke earlier, about the roads and bridges. If we had ways of just being able to channel where the water goes and how we manage our water processes, we'll have no issue about infrastructure problems. A very good case is a lot of rain, like even now we are going to El Nino. A lot of rain will be coming from Ngong Hills. We know Ngong Hills rains, and it rains cats and dogs.
Right.
But the moment it hits Ngong Town, comes down onto Karen to Langata Road, you'll always expect
traffic.
Not traffic. At Nyayo roundabout, there will be a flood.
This
has happened all those years. But the question I always ask, why can't we just think about it in a more logical way and say, why can't we have dams in Ngong, and dam in Karen, dam in Langata, coming down so that water comes and
we harvest all this water.
And reduce. And then also pollution in terms of now paper, how the guys just throw things out of cars and everything. There's a time, actually, let me give you a story. As time I was in a matatu, I'd come from town. My office is in Langata, is at Timor. And I was sitting in this matatu, and this lady was taking her child to Karen Hospital, to Langata Hospital, to St. Mary's Hospital. And so the child was hungry because I think they had left home and now they're in the car and the matatu and they're going now to hospital. So around her Selasi, she takes a banana and gives her child. The child is maybe 6-7 years. The boy eats his banana and holds the banana leaf peel, because he's wondering, where do I throw this thing? The child, in his own thinking, is in school we are told not to
litter. Yes.
And so the mom is looking at the child and wondering, why are you holding that thing and you finished eating? So typical of a mother, she just picks the pill and throws it out the window. I told the matatu guy, just stop, please. So he asked me, I said, just stop the car there. So for a reason, he just got scared. He said, weka kando, they came. Then I asked the mom, chukua hiyo kitu. Show me kwa nini? I said, umetupa kwa nini? Sitachukuliwa tu na kanjo. I said, have you paid kanjo yourself? Which kanjo is that who's coming to pick it? So someone told the child, go and pick it up. But I could see, what I was trying to teach them is that let's stop littering and thinking someone else will carry my litter.
It is your
responsibility. And you see, that's why we had to start programs that start from schools. Children from schools should also understand the importance of a tree. So when you're taking care of that tree, when you're logging a tree, a child can come and say, no, you're spoiling my environment. The same thing, when the child sees someone drop something, can be able to tell them, please, let's not litter. And then be able to encourage governments to also have places where people can put these things. Like there's a was a rule that every public transport should have a littering bag. But they don't do that. So that's what I'm saying. The whole thing is that we're degrading our lifestyles simply because of carelessness. And so as a Green Party, just to say that we're looking at making life dignified. And that's why we're saying we want to start generating income from the household and be able to give people a good life.
You know, when you are given that COVID-19 story, I just remember that during COVID-19, our streets were very clean because, number one, we were not moving around as much. Number two, we were not going to the supermarket as much to buy all these plastics and more or less, things that you need to discard. So you would walk or drive along some of the major roads. Now look around, notice by then Nairobi ni safi. Hakuna takataka. But like you said, we went back to default settings the moment we were told it's now back to normal. Green Thinking Action Party, right now, of course, you've said you have several members across different parts of the country. How are you determining membership? How are you deciding if Mungala Mbuvi, for example, can join the Green Thinking Action Party? I can just come there and say, I want to run for Kitui Central MP. So, nipateni ticket.
No, please just come and run.
Okay. Current MP is doing a good job.
Okay, let me just give you the structure of the party.
Right.
The party has 25 physical offices. around the country in 25 counties. We have satellite offices in 22 other counties. So in every single county in this country, we have a GTAP office, whether it's physical or is it
a satellite one.
A satellite one.
Right.
Now, what we've done, we called for aspirants 3 months ago, and I think last week we've also put another ad on our socials, and we're going to encourage people to. So we're encouraging people to go to our website.
Yes.
Our website is www.gtap.org.
Okay.
www.gtap. Yeah. The gtap.org.
Okay.
The gtap.org.
Oh, there has to be there.
There has to be
Okay.
there. So it's THEGTAP.org.
All right.
When someone gets there, you'll be able to see what we stand for and what we are interested and what we're looking for in terms of becoming an aspirant.
Right.
So what these people are doing, they're coming online and being able to register as aspirants around the country. Then also we have a membership drive of getting members onto our party, because we believe a party without members, then it's not a party. So we have a *509#, which now will give you an option of how to enter our party and become a member. And then you pay the membership fee, and then you become a party. We've got different categories from gold, from ordinary all the way to platinum memberships. Different amounts for different categories.
Yes.
Now, once we get this, we are closing our call for aspirants by first week of October. And immediately after that,
so we have a month to go.
We have a month to go. So immediately after we close the call to aspirants, we are requesting our county reps to do for us evaluation of the candidates within
the counties.
So they have county reps, and those county reps also have constituency reps, and they also have ward reps.
Okay.
So that we will be able to analyze, is Paul Mbuvi eligible to contest? One, because of his manifesto. Two, because of his activities on environmental issues. Does the community know him as an environmentalist and all that? So that we also do that through our different reps on the ground. If we find a place where we have more than 2 people or 3 people, then we'll go in for a nomination.
Okay.
And the nomination will be based on what are you bringing on the table in terms of things that will be able to make the party move to the next station. Not about you, but about the party's continuous operations. So that's what we do. So we'll make sure our nomination process should be over by latest early December.
Okay.
And then from there, we'll be able now to allow them to be able to contest now in the various seats.
Campaign and all.
And now they can start the campaign according to the timetables that the government gives, which will be 30 days before. But before that, we'll be able to do activities with them just to be able to boost their popularity.
Yeah.
And I always ask any aspirant, the simplest thing you can do as an aspirant in a green party is just to mobilize your people, just to plant trees, like for this season. We have a rain period coming from October all the way to January.
Yeah.
Just do an activity that your people can also feel that you're a green thinking person.
Yeah.
And we always say, let's think green, let's act green by doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so for me, like as I told you, I'm also going for the seat of Masinga.
Yes.
I have a slogan which they say it's Mbeo ya Masinga.
Mbeo ya Masinga.
Yeah.
Yani the seed of Masinga.
The seed of Masinga.
Yes.
And so that's what I want to bring onto the table.
Yes.
A new seed that can be able to bring a new generation and be able to bring new fruits onto the people of Masinga.
Right. On other matters to do with, for example, let me give an example so that maybe you can vision it the way I'm looking at it. For example, in the finance bill, when watu wamekuwa kivote, some people have obviously been not okay. For example, the finance bill of 2024. How would a party like yours make decisions, if you do succeed in having members of parliament, make decisions on such issues such as the economic issues, specifically on finance bill?
Okay, when you look at the finance bill, and that's what brought a lot of problems. We lacked integrity in terms of leaders. The leaders were not integral, so they were able to move in a direction that was against the populace, the population, in interest of the government's interests.
Right.
And so a lot of MPs, and that's what brought, I think, the Gen Z revolution, is that they felt the economy was bad enough, and you're making it harder by the laws you're bringing in the new finance bill, which is also affecting us even now. As a party, our stand would be very clear, that it's integrity. If it's something that is not going to benefit the people, because we're looking at making the lifestyle and the livelihoods of people better. If it's anything that is going to be against that, would vote against it.
Yeah.
And that's why we're saying we're trying to get aspirants who are not looking at their stomach, but looking at the future generation.
Yeah.
Of how can we be able to make a change in the future generation? Because if you look at Kenya, what we are lacking is leaders. We have a lot of politicians, and that's why when you finish an election today, tomorrow people start campaigning again.
Yeah.
So we've become a political country, and what we're looking at, instead of looking at the next election, we want to be able to look at the next generation.
Yes.
And so for us, we'll be able to vote according to what we think the people want, and that will affect their lives. Yes.
Nice. We think about the next, you said, generation.
Yeah, we think about
not the next election.
And that's the same thing about trees.
Yeah.
We plant trees today.
Not for
you,
now.
Not for you to get a shade over it. For their next generation. Because in the trees we sit on, we never
zilipandwa
planted.
kitambo sana.
So that's the thinking in the Green Thinking Action Party, that we are thinking about a generational transformation as opposed to a present situation.
Okay. Yes. In terms of collaborations, coalitions rather, because that's what they're called in the political space. If, for example, let's say there's a position of governor or senator, and you guys are thinking, we can actually collab with these guys so we can ensure that we have victory. Is that something that is within your radar?
I think what you're asking in short, and I've been asked this in all the stations I'm going to, are you one term or two term? I think that's what you're lacking to say.
You know what?
But for us, we say we're fresh term. We're fresh term. We are looking for fresh term for our aspirants. So for me, what I'm looking for is a fresh term in my aspiration, and on who we shall support on the seats that we don't occupy, or the seats that will not be having any aspirants for. We're having an NDC, a National Delegates Congress, coming in the next month, 2 months' time, and for there we'll make a decision on what stand we make.
Okay.
But our stand should be for the people.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has got nothing to do with terms here.
No. It's about what do you think the people want. And that's why we're calling an NDC, so that our members can tell us what direction do they want us to go.
Yeah.
But for me, I will be looking for a fresh term. Yeah. So.
Because we are seeing a lot of that happening right now. Coalitions. Si unaona hata chama ya Maraga waliamua wakasema hapa sasa itabidi tumesikizana na hawa watu wengine so that they can decide on those issues of zoning and what. But now that looks like it's not part of your headache.
But you see, one thing we also need to understand, the next election 2027,
yes,
it's not going to be about this tribe, that tribe, or which tribe. No, it's about the person. So you'll be very shocked that people are going to be looking for people who are going to get them off this mud, because we're in a serious economic mud.
Yes.
And we are sinking further. It's like quicksand. So people will be looking and saying, no, let's look for a leader, not a tribe. And so even some of these tribal alignments, it's the old political thinking. But majority of the voters,
yes,
who are not our thinking of our old school, will be looking for a leader, not the party. Because a lot of people in other generations, they don't know what parties they belong. Because either you're cucumber, or you're from other tribes, or it's a mixture.
Yes.
And also your schooling also makes it different, because you've schooled with different people of different tribes. You're going out, you're working with people of different tribes. So I think the tribal issue will fade out by the time we get to the next election and after, because people will now be looking for issue-based leaders. So it will not be what tribe, and that's what is going to bring now the rerun. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was saying, I can see a possibility of never again this country will get a 50+1. Never.
What do you mean?
We will never get a majority voting.
We explain. What do you mean?
Because, for instance, if you look at the last 2-3 elections,
yes,
even those that were disputed, it was a point something percent. It was either 59.51. It was around there. Who did we have as the muscle behind all that technicality? was the late
Raila Amolo Odinga, yes.
In his absence, getting that kind of force
sasa nimekupata hiyo imeenda
of one person is not there. And so what's happening, because people are not able to come unless the opposition comes together as one force, which I can't see, because all of them want to be presidents. If they don't unite, then everyone will split the vote. So that 50 plus 1 on the opposition side, or the 49% will all be split. And even part of it, of the 50 plus 1 on the other side, will also be split. And what happens is that we'll have to go for a rerun. Because people will have the figures of 23, 32, 18, 16.
I think the highest now is 32%.
Yeah, 32%. So that's what I'm saying. And it's getting more. It's splitting more. Because of every day there's a new change. It's just changing. So now the question I'm asking is that now there has to be a number one and number two. Now to look for collisions within the other people. So most of the collisions will be done post-election collisions, not pre-election. Because pre-election, the collision...
Everyone is going at it alone now.
It looks like. Even yesterday, Mheshimiwa Gachagua, he said the only guy who can be president is me. Is me. So the question is, all the others, I'm sure today, now that he's in the States,
they are like, hey bro,
they are all going to...
I thought we agreed.
You'll get them in meetings today. Everyone will be in a meeting trying to say, now how are we positioning for this? And you see with all this, and the emergence of the Nyoro and many other people coming up with the other parties, there will be a split for the parties. And that's why I'm saying it will be more on the second. And so every MP or every leader in government or everyone who owns a party will be running for winning seats, so that you can be able to say, I'm coming
with 20 seats.
Exactly. That's the discussion that will happen in 2027 after the election. Because how many seats are you coming with for you to make us the numbers we are looking for? So many people, and that's what I would advise a lot of parties, because of the way we are going, go and look for your seats. Get your seats, be able to come.
Sell your ideology.
Sell your ideology and sit down for any coalition with a number. Not to say, I think I can, but you're able to say, I have this on the table.
You know, someone said here that mali tumefika size, even one vote is very valuable. Huwezi dharau mtu anakuja hata kama ni mtu ametoka huko mashinani anakuja nabu. Huwezi dharau huyo mtu saizi. Because at the end of the day, like you said, that 50 plus 1 every day is becoming very elusive.
It's cutthroat. And you see, if you look at how it was coming, even the last elections, it had to go to the Supreme Court because it was not outright. There was always a contention of how do we get this. So it's very hard to get the 50 plus 1. I mean, it's a figure that was put by the new constitution, but I think was well thought of, because it's very hard for you to get half the country behind you.
Wow. And you're right when you said that Raila alikuwa ameshikilia a huge chunk of that particular narrative, and now that he's not there, kuna mtu akona 50 plus 1.
It's the same thing even now. We're talking about, like, on the issue of Gunism in this country. When you look at Gunism in this country, that's where we're having a problem now. That if, for instance, the Gunism becomes what it's ending up being, and it brings political apathy, so people stop voting, or people don't go to vote, or there's all this happening, a post-election violence will be uncontrollable, because of simply there's no leader to control these guys. No, there's no voice of leadership where you can go. You know, Raila had a way of doing things. He could, after all this mandamano and everything, he could end up at Serena and say, let's stop it tomorrow. And it just stops. I don't think we have anyone to stop this thing now. And so it may be prolonged. And that's why I was saying the other day that I want to encourage leaders to be tolerant on each other. Because the intolerance is going to bring anarchy. And anarchy is going to make the country go bad. Because, and if it goes bad, then it could go anyway, anyhow. And how to stop it, we don't know where it will stop. It may be a slidey, very slidey path we're opening up for ourselves. Because that other time was manageable, because I could see, I mean, Raila just needed to go to Kibera and tell guys, cool down. I think now these guys were ready for a handshake. Or just cool down. He goes he goes to Kamukunji. People chilled. Kidogo. I don't think we have that kind of leader yet who can be able to do that. And also the Gen Zs and the people who are coming up, the generation, I don't think they are thinking about anyone who will control what they want to do. They will go
Raila was forged over a very long time. time. He didn't just wake up one day and became Raila. That thing that we call enigma.
He was an enigma.
Hiyo kitu ili take time. Ilikuwa over a period of time wakati alikuwa amefungwa huko sijui miaka ngapi. Remember his mother died when he was still there. His wife was mistreated, kicked out of her position, nini. It took time to create this guy. So if we're ever going to have anyone of that caliber, it's also going to take a very long time to create such a person. Joe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've come to the end of the show. Nimepata message hapa madhe amenambia nikusalimie sana.
Nimemsalimia sana.
Na amekwambia wache kupotea sana. Namba yake ya simu hajabadilika.
Mwambie thanks for watching. I'll be in touch there.
Wanakuanga supporters number 1. All right. This is where we take a break until tomorrow morning, same time at 6 a.m. Tunakukaribisha by there with your team at the Green Thinking Action Party. Yes. Come, let's continue having constructive conversations such as this.
Thank you for hosting me and thank you for giving me the chance.
Karibu sana.
God bless. Thank you. Have a good day.
Guys, don't go too far. Music coming right up. But right now, though, the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nominated Senator Veronica Maina is pushing 3 legislative initiatives aimed at protecting